Now we are conducting online counseling sessions for MAPC program first year for January 2021 session batch, 39 students, and we are including the July 2021 session also. We have nearly 55 students. So both the batches we are clubbing and conducting the online counseling sessions. But as per the university instructions, we are conducting only 30% of the online counseling sessions. If we conduct face to face, we each paper we have to conduct 4 to 5 sessions. But due to university restrictions and COVID restrictions, we are conducting only 2 sessions for each paper. Now we in IGNOU we call as course. In general, one paper we are conducting 2 sessions, that is 4 hours. So each paper one day we are planned already. So today we have MPC 002 lifespan psychology. So overall view, Sir will explain you. I will tell about Sir later. And regarding books, January session, I think study material everybody received. July session, still admissions are in progress. Yesterday was the last date, but it may extend again due to COVID situation. UGC is keep on extending the dates. So once admissions are closed, the dispatch of material will be starting from Delhi headquarters. So I think some people already received July 2021 session MAPC students material. If anybody not received, don't worry about the material. Please listen the lessons and note down important points. And in meanwhile, you can see the IGNOU e-content app. Just you go to the mobile phone in Google Play Store, download the e-content app. Download the e-content app. So you can download the e-content app. Automatically it will be display of the master's degree program, bachelor degree program, diploma program, certificate program material. So you click on the postgraduate degree programs. In that, nearly 28 postgraduate programs are there. So your program is MA Psychology, MAPC code is there. Just you click on MAPC program. Your first year and second year papers will be appeared. Total 13 papers will be appeared. So for first year, we have 7 papers, MPC 1 to 7, MPCL 7. So you can download or you can view the material and you can study the material. So once the app is available with your mobile phone, whenever you are free, while you are traveling in trains or in buses also, you can see the material, you can read the material, you can grasp the subject. So this is the information. Or if you want to download the material from IGNOU website, go to the IGNOU. We have IGNOU, small e, capital G, YAN, GNOU. In IGNOU main web page itself, IGNOU is there. So you can go to the IGNOU and download the MA Psychology material, PDF format, it is available. Another supplement thing, this is optional. Some Amazon, Flipkart, and some other agencies, they are precise the IGNOU material and they are selling the booklets through Amazon, Flipkart, and some other agencies. So if anybody is interested, just 400 to 500 they are charging. If anybody interested, not compulsory, optional only. Till get material, if you want see a roughly, you can go through those material also. It is not compulsory. Actually, I don't want to mention, but some people are asking, sir, IGNOU books are many, so I want to study very less. So for those people, you can approach those Amazon, Flipkart, or some other agencies. So this is our side information. And January session 2021 batch examinations to be held in the month of January 20th onwards. Already schedule is available in the IGNOU website. Already date sheet, it has been uploaded in the website. 20th to 27th examinations are there, theory. And after the theory examinations, we will conduct practical examination at the regional center, Vijayawada. So that is the theory part and practical examination schedule. And examination fee, how to pay. University has not given the link on the IGNOU website. 20th of this month onwards, the examination fee link will be appeared in the IGNOU main website. So you can click on the IGNOU examination fee link, and you have to pay examination fee for all the 7 papers, MPC 1 to MPC 7. So each paper 200 rupees you have to pay. Total 1400 rupees you have to pay for the examination fee for January 2021 session only. So they are completing 1 year, and that's why we have rushed to plan for the counseling sessions. And examination fee part is 20th onwards, the link will be opened, and again we will send the SNS to all the learners. If anybody changed their mobiles, please inform to regional center. We will update your mobile number, then only you will get the proper SMS service. And if changed any email ID also, you can send it to our regional center, we will change it. Or otherwise, you can change yourself through Samarth portal. Go to the Samarth portal, and student service is there. Under student services, change of address, change of mobile number, change of personal information column is there. You click on that, and you can change your mobile number and email ID. Automatically it come to the regional center, we will approve it. This is one thing. If not possible from your side, you can send just email to regional center Vijayawada. We will update your mobile number and your email ID also for getting proper information on time. This is one information. And regarding re-registration for second year, so those who are studying for first year and joined in January session 2021, they have to pay the second year re-registration fee. అంటే రెండో సంవత్సరంలో మీరు కంటిన్యూ అవ్వాలంటే అగైన్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు పే ది సెకండ్ ఇయర్ ఫీ. For that also, link is already opened in IGNOU website. 30th November is the last date. So please pay the second year fee on or before 30th. Sometimes it may extend, but exactly I don't know. But as on date, 30th is the last date to pay the second year fee, MAPC. Those who joined January session only, not for the 2021 session. So pay the second year fee, go to the Samarth portal and sign in already, or otherwise IGNOU website it is there, re-registration link. So just you click on the re-registration, or otherwise IGNOU main page itself, student support is there under the student online registration. So re-registration, just you click on that, directly go to the link, and you can enter your enrollment number and your password. Automatically your web page will be appeared. You have to choose 3 options. In second year we have 3 optionals. Three optionals. We have 3 optionals. One is clinical psychology, and second one is counseling psychology. Third one is industrial and organizational psychology. But under Vijayawada region, we are opting only clinical, industrial psychology, clinical and counseling psychology as on date. If anybody interested to take industrial and organizational psychology, you have to go to Hyderabad regional center only. We don't have present industrial psychology faculty in Vijayawada. For practical, internship and project purpose, you have to go to Hyderabad, and change of regional center also you have to take. So we don't have any academic support from Vijayawada side. Industrial psychology specialization. If anybody wants industrial psychology specialization, please transfer your regional center from Vijayawada to Hyderabad. So those who are interested for clinical and counseling psychology, register with Regional Center Vijayawada and continue in Vijayawada. So this is from our side information. So now today we have Dr. Ravi Khan, B. Ravi Khan. Currently, he is a deputy director in Gaitan University, and he has done PhD in psychology, and he was a faculty of MBA department in earlier in Bhimavaram and some other places, Tadepalligudem. So he has vast experience in psychology and management. He has been associated with IGNOU for nearly 7 to 8 years. So he has good feedback from the students for last 7 batches. I think this time also he will get good feedback, and he will teach lifespan psychology and social personality, sir.
Yes, sir. Personality theories.
Personality theories. So 2 papers sir will teach you. So he has good energy. Only thing you have to sit and patiently listen, and whatever important points he will teach you, please note down. And last one half an hour, 11:30 12:30 to 1 o'clock, last half an hour, doubts clarification section will be there. So whatever doubts you have, you can write down your doubts on the paper and ask precisely. Don't ask lengthy questions and controversial questions. Don't ask all those things. And this is counseling session, only doubt clarification session. This is not the teaching class. Sir just briefly explain or just give the gist of the lifespan development psychology. He will not teach you, just he will give the information about the lifespan psychology. What are the stages in lifespan psychology of the human being? So he will give the gist. So after that, we have 30 minutes time. During that time, you can ask your doubts. He will clarify. After that, also, sir will give phone number if necessary, or otherwise he will give his email ID. You can contact with him, and he will clarify through mail also, because he is also faculty of Gaitam University. He is busy with 10 to 5, so he will not available with phone. So he will give his email ID. So if you have any doubts, you can write a mail to sir. Sir will give you answer. So these are the information from my side. 5 minutes, I will give you time. If anybody want to ask anything to me, I will clarify. Just one by one only. Don't on the mics all.
Sir, good morning. This
morning.
is Sharada. Actually, sir, I have enrolled for this January session, but I'm unable to attend the exams in the coming January, sir.
No problem. No problem. You can attend in the month of June.
June, sir. Okay.
No.
Fine. I mean, like, I can pay the fee now and.
No. If you don't want to write examinations, don't pay the exam fee. Only you can pay practical exam fee. You attend for the practical. Don't absent for the practical.
Oh, okay, sir. And I can continue with the second year?
Yeah, you can continue second year. Write your exams in month of June, and you can write your second year papers in the month of December. No problem at all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Prasad Garu, what is the process for migration? I mean, industrial and organization from Vijayawada to Hyderabad.
Yeah, just you write a mail to Regional Center Hyderabad. They will give the no objection certificate. We will transfer the records to Hyderabad. Or otherwise, in Samarth portal itself, just you go to the student services. Under student services, transfer to Regional Center option is there. You can shift to Regional Center Hyderabad request. We will transfer to Hyderabad. Then you can pay the examination fee, the second year fee for re-registration there. Or you can register here itself. After that also you can transfer. No problem.
Sir, one more query. The assignments which I have submitted for the first year, will they carry for the June examination, or I have to write again?
Assignments will carry to the June examination. There is no need to write again assignments.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir. For industrial regional psychology, are these subjects are same or subjects will be changed?
Subjects are completely changed, madam. 6 papers are completely changed with counseling and clinical psychology.
Okay,
No
okay.
paper will be similar.
Same. Okay.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Ah.
Good morning, sir. I'm not yet received the material from 1 to 5, sir.
Please write to MPDD Delhi headquarters, sir. We are not dealing with books in Vijayawada Regional Center. Or otherwise, you can write a mail to Regional Center. Our people will tell you where to write.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, shall we start the class?
Yes, sir.
Yes, now we are going to start. Now time is 9:15. So in between our 15 minutes, 11 to 11:15, sir will take 15 minutes break because he needs some rest or tea or snacks. So you people also need energy. So 15 minutes we are giving break. In between, you take snacks or tea, all those things. So 11 to 11:15. But don't go from the Google link. Just uh, you switch off the mic and video and do your work, and again you can join. Don't leave the Google Meet. It will be continue up to 1 o'clock.
Sir, can I speak for a
Yeah.
minute?
Yeah. You start, sir.
Yeah.
I'll be there for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Prasad Babu Garu and his team at Regional Center Vijayawada. I'm very, very grateful and thankful to Prasad Babu Garu because he has shown a lot of confidence on me after completion of my PhD in psychology in the year 2013. So when I have requested him that, I want to be a counselor, academic counselor for IGNOU, so he has accepted me unconditionally, and then he has given me an opportunity. Since then, I have never let him down when it comes to my teaching for IGNOU students. And when it comes to IGNOU Regional Center Vijayawada, my association is for 7 years. During these 7 years, I never had any problem when it comes to scheduling of the sessions for counselors. I mean to say, scheduling of sessions for the students. All the sessions happened on all dates without any kind of deviations. This indicates the kind of commitment the regional center Vijayawada is showing towards delivering, IGNOU sessions for the benefit of students. They are very, very flexible, and I know Prasad Babu Garu in person. He is very, very approachable, very, very professional, and very, very friendly. If you have any queries regarding any issues, I'm sure he can definitely deal it, in a proper manner. Please follow the protocol to reach him and ensure that all your queries are resolved. I once again thank Prasad Babu Garu for giving me another opportunity. Even though I've shifted from Bhimvaram to Vishakhapatnam, he still has confidence on me. And thanks to COVID, we are able to connect with all the students once again through a Google Meet platform. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And actually, this program has to be conducted by our study center, SRR and CVR Government Degree College, Vijayawada, due to non-availability of the faculty at college, because earlier Dr. P. Srinivas was there. So he has been transferred to Pamaru Government Degree College, and he has been promoted as a principal for last 3 years. So we have stopped the MA Psychology program in SRR College. So due to lot of demand and request from the students, I have taken personally interest and started the program in SRR College, but running from the regional center at my own risk. Actually, I belong to psychology background. That's why I have taken personal interest, and I am running this program because of my interest only. So SRR College, there is no faculty to deal this program. So due to demand from the friends and aspirants of the psychology, because our people are going to Hyderabad, and they are facing a lot of problems at Hyderabad because a lot of shortage of guides for doing projects. So that's why even my own friends suffered a lot. Recently, they have been shifted from Hyderabad to Vijayawada again for academic support. These are the things faced by our students. Based on that, myself and our regional director, Madam Dr. K. Sumalata, I requested her to start program. She agreed to continue the MA Psychology program from regional center itself. But we need only thing is we need one study center. So already SRR college is having MA Psychology. So we have given study center at SRR college. All academic support from my side only. So I have contacted all the faculty members. Anyhow, due to COVID, we are conducting online sessions. So all my old friends and good faculty I have taken. Even Vimla madam is planning to go to US. Even though madam go to the VS, after going there also, she will continue to take classes from US also. So no problem at all. Next, one more thing, we have total 4 faculty members to teach these 7 papers. Paper 2 and 3, Ravi Khan garu, and paper 1, cognitive psychology, Dr. Vimala madam. She is well experienced, and she has been teaching for psychology for last 40 years. She has vast experience, and currently she is working as a professor and psychologist in Nagarjuna University. She has retired from government college principal, and after that again government has given assignment at the university as a psychologist. Government itself appointed her in university after retirement. So till attaining the age of 70 years, she'll be there, and almost madam is 65 years, but she is very energetic and excellent teacher. And she will teach you cognitive psychology and cognitive psychology 1 paper. And Dr. B. Sangeeta, she is also from Getam University, my classmate. Currently she is in Bangalore, but she will take the classes for social psychology and paper 2, 3, 4 and 5, research methodology and social psychology. She will teach you. Already she has been associated with Visakhapatnam Navy Regional Center. She is teaching all the papers at Navy students for last 7 years. She is also. And one more faculty for exclusively for statistics. We have statistics in psychology paper. Dr. Rajalashmi, she is associate professor in statistics at KL University. So she will teach you for the statistics paper. Regarding practical and practical paper, Dr. Vimla madam and myself will guide you how to do practical, because this is also online. Already we have online videos. You have to watch the online videos, and after watching there will be some questions. You have to answer the questions through record. After that completion of the record, you have to submit regional center. Then we will conduct the YOC at regional center. So submission of record, also we give the time up to December 30th, because we have planned for the record in the month of December 13th or 14th, I think. So we teach you or we guide you how to write record, all those things during that time. After that, you can write the record within 10 to 15 days, and you can submit your record on or before 30th of December. So this is the issues, and practicals face to face we are not going to conduct this time. So second year, if situation is okay, we'll conduct face to face. Otherwise, for that also online mode only temporarily. But even though online, we are not compromising at the quality level. So we have to see quality only. జస్ట్ ఆన్లైన్ మోడ్ అని చెప్పి అంత ఈజీగా వదిలేయటం ఏం జరగదు. ఇగ్నోలో ఎంట్రీ మాత్రమే ఈజీ ఉంటుంది, ఎగ్జిట్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్. సో కీప్ ఇట్ ఆన్ దిస్ ఇన్ యువర్ మైండ్ అండ్ డూ హార్డ్ అండ్ కంప్లీట్ యువర్ టాస్క్ ఆన్ టైమ్. డోంట్ కీప్ హర్ పెండింగ్ అండ్ తర్వాత రాద్దాంలే తర్వాత చూద్దాంలేనై వీలైనంత వరకు పోస్ట్ పోన్ చేసుకోవద్దు. ఎట్ ది ఎర్లియస్ట్ విత్ ఇన్ 2 years ఆఫ్ స్పాన్ బెటర్ టు కంప్లీట్ యువర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. సో 2 yearsలో మన ఇగ్నోలో 5 ఏళ్లలో మీరు ఎప్పుడు చేసినా కూడా కంపార్ట్మెంట్లో నేమెవరు ఎప్పుడు చేసినా క్లాస్ ఇస్తారు. బట్ అన్అవాయిడబుల్ సిచ్యువేషన్స్లో తప్ప పోస్ట్ పోన్ చేసుకోకండి. ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్ మీ ప్రోగ్రామ్ని ఆన్ టైంలో కంప్లీట్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేయండి. అలాగే సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో మీకు ప్రాక్టికల్, ఇంటర్న్షిప్, ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఉంటుంది. వన్స్ మీరు ఫీజు అంతా కట్టిన తర్వాత February, Marchలో అగైన్ we'll meet for that and we'll discuss in second year related matter. Now we can go for only first year. So you concentrate on first year theory papers, prepare well and write exams well. Thank you.
Sir, I think Sujata ma'am has something to ask.
Cheppandi.
Good morning, sir. I'm Sujata from Guntur.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, sir. Actually, I have written some of the mails to the RC Vijayawada and as well as the higher ups also regarding my the admission cards or ID card. My mother name has is misplaced. Instead of my daughter name, my mother name came up. So I would like to change that.
యాక్చువల్గా మనకి ఆ చేంజ్ చేసే మదర్ నేమ్ చేంజ్ చేసేది అడ్మిషన్ కన్ఫర్మ్ అవ్వక ముందు మాత్రమే మా దగ్గర మేము చేయగలం మేడం. రిమైనింగ్ అంతా ఢిల్లీలో CSRC వాళ్ళకి రాయాల్సి ఉంది. మీరు csrc@ignou.ac.in వాళ్ళకి రాయండి, వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే చేయగలరు. మా పర్వ్యూలో అయితే అది లేదు. ఐడి కార్డులో నేమ్ చేంజ్ చేసేది మన పర్వ్యూలో మేము చేయలేం. బట్ CSRCకి మీరు రాయండి, డెఫినెట్లీ దే విల్ డూ ఇట్. అయితే ఒకటి, సర్టిఫికేట్లో మీకు ప్రింట్ అయ్యి వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఓన్లీ మీ నేమ్ మాత్రమే వస్తుంది. మీ హస్బెండ్ పేరు కానీ, మదర్ పేరు కానీ, ఫాదర్ పేరు కానీ ఏమీ రావు.
That's okay, sir. Then fine. Thank you so much.
మన ఇగ్నో సర్టిఫికేట్స్లో ఓన్లీ క్యాండిడేట్ నేమ్ మాత్రమే అపీర్ అవుతుంది. ఇంక వేరే పేర్లు ఏమి, ఫాదర్ నేమ్, మదర్ పేరు, లేదా హస్బెండ్ పేరు ఏమి ఉండదు. అది యూనివర్సిటీ ఇప్పుడు ఆల్ సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీలో ఫాదర్ పేరు, మదర్ పేరు మ్యాండేటరీ చేశారు. అందుకని ఇప్పుడు అడ్మిషన్ డేటాలో అది ఉంటుంది, అంతేగాని మన సర్టిఫికేట్లో ప్రింట్ అవ్వదు. ఇప్పుడు ఇంకా లేదు, ప్రెజెంట్ యాజ్ అండ్ డేట్ అయితే ప్రింట్ అవటం లేదు.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ఓకే, ఆనంద్ కపిల్.
Yes, sir. Sir, when we have to fill exam, sir, exam form?
After 20th of this month.
After 20th, or when will be exam conducted, sir?
20th of January.
20th of January. Okay.
Already date sheet available. You can see the IGNOU website.
Acha, okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, when will be the Viva? If there is Viva or there or not?
After theory examinations, we'll conduct the practical examination. We will inform you the dates prior to 1 week before.
Okay, sir, we have to come at Vijayawada, na?
Yes.
For Viva?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, its date is 20 January, na? Exam will be start from 20 January.
Yes.
Okay. Or sir, exam form will be start 20 December.
20th of November.
Oh, okay, November. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Please keep on IGNOU website watching. Then all updates will be appear.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, sir.
సార్, ఈ చేంజ్ అవ్వాలి అంటే ఇండస్ట్రియల్ సైకాలజీకి అండ్ November 20th నుంచే ఎగ్జామినేషన్ అప్లికేషన్ స్టార్ట్ అయిపోతున్నాయి అని చెప్పి మీరు అంటున్నారు.
మీరు ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ అంతా ఇక్కడ కంప్లీట్ చేసుకోండి, సెకండ్ ఇయర్ ఫీజు కట్టి అక్కడికి ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేసుకోండి, ఏం ప్రాబ్లం లేదు.
అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మళ్ళీ సబ్జెక్ట్ మారిపోతుంది కదా సార్? ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ లో ఇది మీరు చెప్పింది ఏంటంటే డిఫరెంట్ ఉంటాయి, మొత్తం సబ్జెక్ట్స్ అంతా మారిపోతాయి.
లేదు, సెకండ్ ఇయర్ లోనే స్పెషలైజేషన్ ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ కి సెకండ్ ఇయర్ కి సంబంధం లేదు. ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ అందరికి కామన్ పేపర్స్. సెకండ్ ఇయర్ లో మీకు ఏ స్పెషలైజేషన్ తీసుకుంటారో ఆ స్పెషలైజేషన్ ఉంటుంది. ఈ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ వాళ్ళకి 6 పేపర్లు వేరే ఉంటాయి, కౌన్సిలింగ్ వాళ్ళకి 6 పేపర్లు వేరే ఉంటాయి, క్లినికల్ వాళ్ళకి 6 పేపర్లు వేరే ఉంటాయి.
ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ ఇప్పుడు మేము చదివేయచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు
ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ లో నో చేంజ్ అట్ ఆల్, అందరికి కామన్.
ఓకే సార్, బుక్స్ రాలేదు సార్. ఇంకా మా కొలీగ్ ఒక అమ్మాయి అప్లై చేసింది, తనకు వచ్చి
మీరు
విజయవాడ సార్.
సెషన్ జూలై సెషన్ జనవరి
రీసెంట్లీ ఉంది, జూలై ఉంది.
జూలై వాళ్ళకి టైం పడుతుంది, మీకు జనవరి ఫిబ్రవరి అయిపోతాయి బుక్స్ రావడానికి.
ఓకే, బట్ జనవరిలో ఎగ్జామ్స్ సార్ సెమిస్టర్ వైజ్ ఉంటాయి ఎగ్జామ్స్, అదర్వైజ్
జనవరిలో మీకు ఎగ్జామ్స్ మీకుండవు కదా, నేను ఇందా నుంచి చెప్తుంది జనవరిలో జాయిన్ అయిన వాళ్ళకి చెప్తున్నాను. మీరు జూలై వాళ్ళకి జూన్ లో ఉంటాయి ఎగ్జామ్స్.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే సార్. ఐ మీన్ సెమిస్టర్ సిస్టమా సార్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్? ఇయర్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
ఇంకొకటి, ఇప్పుడు ఆమె రేజ్ చేసిన తర్వాత నాకు డౌట్ వచ్చింది. జూలై సెషన్ వాళ్ళకి అసైన్మెంట్ సబ్మిట్ చేయడానికి లాస్ట్ డేటు 31st మార్చి మేము ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇస్తాము. అలాగే ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్ జూన్ 2022లో ఉంటాయి. దానికి ఎగ్జామినేషన్ లింక్ ఎప్పుడు పెడతారు ఏంటని కూడా ఇంకా మేము అడ్మిషన్ కన్ఫర్మేషన్ లెటరే పంపలేదు, ఆ లెటర్ పంపిస్తాము. ఆ లెటర్లో అన్ని డీటెయిల్స్ ఉంటాయి. మేము మిమ్మల్ని ఇప్పుడు ఇందులో ఎందుకు క్లబ్ చేసామంటే ఆల్రెడీ బ్యాచ్ జరుగుతుంది, మీకు ఒక ఓరియంటేషన్ వస్తుందని, అందుకని మిమ్మల్ని కూడా ఇందులో క్లబ్ చేయడం జరిగింది.
ఓకే సార్, అండర్స్టూడ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ సార్.
Sir, how can I download ID card, sir?
మీ సమర్థ పోర్టల్లో మీరు అప్పట్లో జాయిన్ అయి ఉంటారు కదా యూజర్ ఐడి పాస్వర్డ్ తోటి, అందులోకి ఓపెన్ అయ్యి జాయిన్ అయిన తర్వాత లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ డౌన్లోడ్ ఐ కార్డ్ అని ఉంటుంది, మీరు జస్ట్ అందులోకి వెళ్ళి డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
ఓకే ఓకే సార్.
ఇన్ కేస్ మీకు ఏదైనా డిఫికల్టీ ఉంటే మన రీజనల్ సెంటర్ విజయవాడకు రాయండి, వాళ్ళు మీకు గైడెన్స్ ఇస్తారు ఎలా డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోవాలి. లేదంటే మా వాళ్ళు ఒకటి ప్రింట్ తీసి స్కాన్ చేసి ఇమేజ్ లో పంపిస్తారు.
ఓకే ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
ఆర్సి విజయవాడ వెబ్సైట్, అదే ఈమెయిల్ ఐడి మా సార్ దీంట్లో పెట్టున్నారు, మీరు చూడండి. ఓకే అండి, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఆల్రెడీ
వెల్కమ్ సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
వెల్కమ్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
So can I start, sir?
Yeah, you can continue, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much for all of your patience. And I see that
don't ask questions during the class. After only last half an hour only, please ask the questions. In between, don't disturb the sir, please.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much for all of your patience today. I see there are 42 members in this Google Meet, minus all the organizers. There will certainly be more than 35 students would definitely be there. I'm very happy that these many number of students.
Sir, Ravi Khan, 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem, sir.
సార్ ఈ రోజుకి మీరు జాయిన్ అయ్యారు, ఓకే. రేపటి నుంచి మీరు జాయిన్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు మీ ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ నెంబరు మీ పేరుతో జాయిన్ అవ్వండి, ఎందుకంటే ఎవరు జాయిన్ అవ్వరో మాకు తెలియాలి. సో అదర్స్ బయట వాళ్ళు కూడా కొంతమంది అప్పుడప్పుడు జాయిన్ అవుతుంటారు. సో జాయిన్ అయ్యి వేరేవన్నీ ఇందులో డిస్ప్లే చేయటం లేకపోతే డిస్టర్బ్ చేయటం జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది మాకు. సో అందుకని మేము మొన్న మీకు మెయిల్లో కూడా క్లియర్గా రాసాము. ఈ రోజుకి ఓకే, రేపటి నుంచి మీ నేమ్ దగ్గర మీ ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ నెంబరు మీ నేమ్ వచ్చేటట్టుగా మీరు డిస్ప్లే అయ్యేట్టుగా చూసుకోండి. మీ నేమ్ ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ అయ్యేటట్టుగా వచ్చేటట్టు. ఇప్పుడు నా పేరు ప్రసాద్ బాబు, నా నెంబర్ 10 digits ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ నెంబర్ 20212195 నెంబర్ పెట్టి ఆ తర్వాత ఐఫన్ పెట్టి మీ పేరు డిస్ప్లే అయ్యేట్టుగా పెట్టండి. దాన్ని బట్టి మాకు ఏ స్టూడెంట్ అటెండ్ అయ్యాడు, ఎవరు అటెండ్ అవ్వలేదు మాకు తెలుస్తుంది. కొత్త వాళ్ళు ఎవరన్నా బయట వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నా జాయిన్ అయ్యారని మాకు కూడా ఐడియా వస్తుంది. అదర్వైజ్ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఎవరు బయట వాళ్ళో మాకు తెలియదు. ఆ మధ్య వేరే ఫారెన్ సైట్స్ తీసుకొచ్చి ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయడం మా దగ్గర కాదు, వేరే రీజనల్ సెంటర్లో జరిగింది అలా. సో అది పెద్ద ఇష్యూ అయిపోయింది అలా. అందువల్ల మేము అప్పటి నుంచి క్లియర్గా ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ నెంబరు వాళ్ళ నేమ్తోనే జాయిన్ అవ్వమని చెప్తా ఉన్నాం. సో రేపటి నుంచి మీరు ఆ పని చేయండి. ఈ రోజుకి ఓకే, నో ప్రాబ్లం. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఓకే సార్, కంటిన్యూ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I will try to share the screen, everybody, so that it will be of great help to you. So how do I share the screen?
Sir, just go 3 dots and
Yes.
there's option there, share screen, sir.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find it out. Can you see the screen? The PPT?
No, it's not.
No.
So can you see the PPT? Can you see the PPT, sir?
We are not getting your voice, sir. We are not.
Sir, some disturbance is coming, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm just trying, ma'am. Yeah.
It's due to your microphone, I think. If you connect it to laptop, you go through with the laptop. I mean, you go with the laptop.
Yeah, I'm
laptop
going
mode.
with the laptop. Yes, I'm going with the laptop. Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Can you see the screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you see the PPT?
Fantastic.
Can you see the PPT?
Yeah, PPT not
Yes, sir.
What is it? No, what is written on the PPT?
Your screen
It's
is
presenting, sir.
it's-
You are presenting your screen, but
No, it's not yet open.
Okay, it is not yet opened. Okay, fine.
It's not yet open.
Okay.
Yeah, you're presenting it. Yeah, what you have to do is the presentation PPT is there. No, you click it once.
Yeah, I have done that, sir. I have done that.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah.
I clicked on this present, screen share. I see
that
your
is-
entire screen, a window and a tab.
Yeah, that's good. And the thing again, you need to click on the PPT. So it's just showing your desktop.
Yes. In
After
fact, my
sharing the
PPT is
screen-
ready. Yeah, my PPT is ready on the desktop.
Okay, so
But I
just
have
click it. You
I have
minimize
only
just click.
I have only three options here. Your entire screen, a window and a tab.
your entire screen is good actually.
Sir,
Window.
just click on PPT, sir. Option is there or not?
No,
Yes.
there is no option for PPT. Your entire screen, a window and a tab.
You go for window then.
Yeah, I'm just doing it, sir. These small hiccups are there only for the first time, and I'm sure I will try to compensate it.
Yeah, now you have presentation in the taskbar. No, can you click it once? We able to see your cursor.
Okay.
Can you click that presentation PPT? Presentation PPT.
Yes, I have done that, sir.
Yeah.
Now I can see my PPT right now, but whether you can see it or not, I do
But
not
we
know.
We are not
didn't.
seeing.
Yeah,
We are not getting it.
Then go to again that three dots. Now that presentation. Stop.
Yes, sir. That's sir. Stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Again, you press your sharing. What is there actually? A window.
Three dots.
Next to the video and animation, your entire screen, a window. Can you click that a window or you try the three then? Have you tried with this entire screen, sir?
Sir, can you share the screen? Is it possible?
Yeah, I will just check.
Can you please try to do it, sir? Shyam Sundar garu?
Yeah, I'm doing this.
we'll do one thing. If I am unable to do it, I will share the PPT to you. And it would be of great help to me if at all you are opening it.
Yeah, see now. Can you see my this one desktop?
No,
No. What is visible there?
there is nothing, sir. We are seeing each
Nothing,
other.
sir.
I just shared. I just shared.
No, sir. We are not getting. Sham,
Yeah.
sir. We are not getting,
Okay,
sir.
once again I will do that. I'm going to a window. The window.
I think, sir, we have to update Google Meet version. I think so. That's why it's not sharing.
No. I shared it in the beginning. I shared it in the beginning, so it should come.
Yeah, it is there. It is there. Yeah, see, share the window is there, no? Share the window. Now, what do you see, sir?
Yes, sir. We are getting.
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can
Yes,
see.
sir. We are.
Yes,
We are.
the
We are.
simple thing is, I just stopping my share.
Okay.
What you need to do is,
Yes.
go to the present now.
Okay, present now.
There is a window.
Yes.
You click it, and
So
meanwhile, you have to open that window also in your taskbar. So means that is PPT.
Yeah,
You need to
it's
open
already
it.
there, sir. It's already there.
Yeah, just go to the window. Now you have the options. Share an application window. A menu will come. There you can meet and the PPT, whatever it is open there, you can find it.
Okay, we'll do one thing, sir. I think I'm wasting my time. So can you please share your email address?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll type. No, it's easy.
No, just let me know, sir. I'll just type it here.
Just that is SYAM.
SYAM.
SUN.
SUN.
Oh, sorry. SYAM 17.
17.
Master.
MASTER.
Master
Okay.
@gmail.com.
Gmail. Sir, I shared it with you. Can you kindly open it and share it with others also, so that we can start the session? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Council.
And I assure everybody that I will compensate the loss of the time.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get to from your mail, sir, from the.
Yeah, from my mail, balijapalli@gmail.com.
Yeah, just Ravi Khan. Yes, I got it. Didn't download it.
Sir, I was able to open it now.
Yeah, which one you want to?
Sir, now I'm able to share the screen, I believe. Just see.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. Yeah, you try it, sir.
Yeah, I've done it, sir.
Yes. Yeah, it came. Exactly.
Can everybody see the?
Yeah, yes, sir.
What you have to do is, and you have to minimize other people windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now is it okay? Now is it
Yeah,
very
yes,
clear?
okay, sir. Okay.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much, and I apologize for this unintentional delay.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's okay, so we can understand.
Yeah.
No problem, sir.
Fine. Good morning, everyone. So I'm very happy and glad to meet all the social scientists, prospective social scientists of India. I generally say we are all social scientists because we are involved in understanding the motives, the feelings, the behaviors, the attitudes of the people around us, including us, and see how better we can be and how better systems we can create in order to make life more meaningful or purposeful in the society. Before I start, a brief introduction. I'm Dr. Ravi Khan. I'm relevant to deal with this lifespan psychology because I'm a student of psychology. I've done my MSc psychology after my MBA and completed my PhD in psychology from Andhra University. My mentor was Professor TV Anandarao Garu. Without him, I would not have done my PhD in psychology. Thanks to Prasad Babu Garu, because he is very closely associated with Professor TV Anandarao Garu, and that is how I was associated with Geetam. So I'm a teacher, trainer, and a counseling psychologist. I don't carry any kind of labels, or I do not have any kind of clinics. I do it on freelancing basis without any kind of commercial motives. And right now, I'm currently associated with Geetam deemed to be university, which is there in Visakhapatnam, as deputy director. That CCM that you see, besides the designation, means career counseling and mentoring, which means that whatever I have studied is in line with whatever I am doing. So, and the GCGC stands for Geetam Career Guidance Center. It is a university level establishment where, we are involved in counseling the students with respect to their career destinations. So, I'm going to deal today about lifespan psychology. Before I start dealing with this, to start with, I request some of the esteemed members present here to understand that don't think that I'm somebody who is teaching you, but I'm one among you whom you have nominated to deal with this particular subject. So, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So don't think that somebody is teaching us or telling us. We are trying to discuss about some principles of lifespan psychology, in what way they are related to our personal lives and life outside. So I'm one among you, and you have given me an opportunity to deal with this particular subject. This is what my little bit of introduction is all about. Now, before I start, I always have a passion to understand why some of you have taken this psychology as a course to study or as a career to pursue. If some of you can try to discuss that, I will be very glad to know about it. Very brief. Why have you chosen psychology as a course or a career to study?
So good morning, everyone. This is Sujata.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So actually, I have been teaching for the PG students and BTech students since 1996 onwards.
Okay.
So apart from these regular activities, I used to take care of the counseling of students as well as the parents. What I felt, I feel so responsible if I hold up a wrong guy and put him in a correct path. I feel so satisfied. So that's why I just want to sharpen my tools. That's why I have opted this one.
Okay, very good. Can I understand from all of you whether you're all new to the academic aspect of psychology, or have you studied psychology in any proxy manner?
Sir, new, sir.
I am new.
Sir,
Okay.
new, sir.
Okay, because if most
Sir,
of
we
you
are-
are new, I can explain to you about some of the principles of psychology in simpler terms in order to make it more meaningful and more inspirational also. So thank you very much for that answer from you, ma'am. As a matter of fact, the goal of pursuing psychology is to understand oneself. This is very, very important. Generally, there is a myth, or there is a small kind of apprehension in the society that those who study psychology, they can understand people. For example, if at all you say somebody that I am studying MSc psychology, then the other person will say that, oh my God, you are studying psychology, so you can understand me very well. You can talk about my life very well. So So that myth is absolutely wrong. It is not that we can, after studying psychology, we can immediately scan the person in front of us and then try to uh, take his psychological horoscope out. Absolutely wrong. But as a matter of fact, then what is the purpose of psychology? The purpose of psychology is to understand oneself. I say to all my students that what is society? Society is an extension of Ravi Khan. Now, so Ravi Khan into X is equal to society or country or the world. So the way I am, is equal to the way the people around me, the society around me, the country around me, and the world around me. So with this particular motive that, some things are happening because of me, if at all we take that fundamental responsibility or accountability to ourselves, we can basically try to minimize the damage that is happening around our society. We cannot come to a conclusion that I am good and other people are bad. As a matter of fact, there is a wonderful book called as I Am Okay, You Are Okay by Eric Berne. My request to you is once you complete reading the books given by IGNOU University to you, whenever you are free with some kind of intellectual understanding of psychology subject, I request everybody to pursue reading I Am Okay, You're Okay, as well as another book called as Games People Play. So this I Am Okay, You're Okay or Games People Play has a concept which is hidden in it, which is called as transaction analysis. In the transaction, there are transactions that are happening between you and me right now. That means I'm speaking something to you and you are trying to respond to whatever I am speaking. So there is a transaction that is happening. Now, in our personal lives, there are different transactions that are happening between me and the rest of the people in the society. And the interactions that I am having are having an impact on other people's life. So if somebody is trying to react, it is because of me, the way I am trying to position myself. And if somebody says that, even though I am good, the other person is not responding to me favorably, is still a very good bone of contention. But our goal is to ensure that we have to understand the other person and we have to project our views in such a way that the damage is minimized, or there is a transfer of understanding of our intentions from me to you in the way that I have understood. That is what I'm trying to call it as communication. So with this, a brief, positioning of my point that we have to learn psychology not for others, but we have to learn psychology for ourselves, because we do not know anything about ourselves unless otherwise somebody is actually trying to give a genuine feedback to ourselves. And I do not know how many of us have really taken a feedback for ourselves, because we think that when we have matured by age, whatever I say or whatever I feel, whatever I do is absolutely correct from my point of view, and everybody else has to accept around me. That is absolutely wrong. As a matter of fact, sometimes there should be a calling bell from our end that we are supposed to think about our thinking. Understand this phrase, think about our thinking. Generally, our actions are as per the thinking process. So whatever we do, though the activities are actually for because of our thought process. Whatever our thought process is saying, we are actually doing it, and that is the reason we say in Sanskrit, "Yad bhavana tad bhavati." Whatever we think, that will happen. So whatever we do are because of whatever our thoughts are. So now, from psychological perspective, if at all we say that, whatever I think I have to do, then somewhere you might be missing the link that you should not do everything whatever you are thinking. So that is the reason there should be a time where you are supposed to understand whether my thought process is correct or not. That is the reason cognitive psychology talks about, the inputs that your mind is receiving, how well you are processing your mind, and how well you are giving a meaning to the processed inputs. That is what is actually dealt in cognitive psychology. When we say cognition, 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 it means thought process, the way a person thinks, and the way a person feels, and the way a person behaves. All these processes are happening in a sequential manner. So in cognitive psychology, every person is affected by different kind of stimulus, either from inside or from outside also. So when some stimulus is entering into our mind, when I say stimulus, what do you mean by stimulus? Can anybody answer it? Bhargav sir, I have
Sir,
not
facing some problem or facing some difficulties in thought process in life.
Okay, so sir, I have not started my PPT. I am just trying to express my point over here. Once I set the foundation very clear, then I will initiate the PPT. Yes, Anu Dev, I believe, she said a point called as.
Sorry, sir, it's a he.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anu, thank you very much. You have given a very good point called as trigger. So, Anand sir, thank you very much for your answer
Welcome,
also.
sir.
Yeah. When we say stimulus is any input, either from internal sources or external sources that will influence our thought process and lead to some action. Let's take an example. If there is a heat outside, for example, the temperature is humid outside, in what way my behavior will change because of the heat that is actually coming from outside? So that is a stimulus. The heat is a stimulus for me. So that is an external stimulus. Now, can you please give me some examples of external stimulus? Because these are some of the basic points that needs a lot of attention. Otherwise, we may be missing the whole subject.
Pardon, sir, can you repeat the word you are
My
saying?
question is, can you please try to give some examples of external stimulus? I said to everyone that stimulus is something that is affecting our behavior patterns. So the stimulus can be internal stimulus, the stimulus can be external stimulus also. When I say external stimulus, I gave an example of heat, humid conditions. So humid conditions will basically put us in an discomfort position. So we may not be so motivated to do certain things because of humidity outside. So we tend to cope with it. COPE, cope with it. Coping is a very, very important technical term in psychology. So can you please give me some examples of external stimulus?
Misbehavior of my neighbors.
Wonderful. So the neighbor is an outside agent to you. So any behavioral changes by your neighbor, which is not in accordance with your understanding or perception, will change your behavior as well. Very good. Sudharani Garu, when smells any food. So if the food is stinking, then immediately there is a change in our behavioral patterns. That's another example. Good. Any other example?
If you see any beggar, being a rich, if you see any beggar, is there any change happen immediately? That should be kind of
wonderful. So when we look at some people who are deprived or who are have-nots or who are suffering, then immediately there is a change in our thought process. And the thought process is directly proportional to our body language also. So as you have rightly said, Shyam Garu, that our behavior changes because of external stimulus. Singular is called as stimulus. The plural is? The plural of
Stimuli.
Wonderful. It is called as stimuli. Now, can you please give me some examples of internal stimulus? When I say that in a behavior changes because of external reasons as well as internal stimulus, what are the internal stimulus that change our behavioral patterns?
Yes. Sir, our emotions.
Wonderful. I'm getting wonderful answers.
Depression,
Anger.
Our thought process are fearing problems.
Excellent.
In
See
puberty,
now,
the body parts are changed. When the puberty, the body parts are changed, then automatically the child behavior will be changed.
Yeah, they're all more biological changes, yes, that have an impact on the behavior, but there are few things which cannot be measured so easily, such as emotions, which cannot be so measured easily, and that will basically instigate our behaviors to change. I'm very happy the group is very, very, very vibrant, dynamic, and active. Thank you very much. You made my day. And this is a stimulus for me to deliver the session in a much more better manner. In fact, you are all the stimulus for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So now with this introduction, I can position the study of a human being. I said to you that, can we try to after studying psychology course, can we try to examine a person and immediately say you are this, you are that? No. We have few researchers in the field of psychology who said that behavior is behavior is a result of interaction of a person and his environment. You have to understand this particular statement. Behavior is a result of interaction between the person and his environment. B is equal to function of P and E, P comma E. So there is a formula also. Behavior is equal to function of P and E, or P comma E. So what does it mean? So whenever we are trying to understand the behavior of an individual, then we should not only just see the personality aspects of the individual, but we should also see in what context or in what ecosystem or in what environment the person is operating. And hence, we are able to see this particular behavior. When I am saying behavior is a function of person, comma, environment, we should not only see things independently, we should also see things in a together manner. That means in the whole manner. So we have to see the person's relationship with the environment. We have to see the environment relationship with the person also. So we should not come to any kind of conclusions, just by looking at the person or just by looking at the environment, but we are supposed to take into consideration both the personality aspects along with the environmental aspects. The reason why I'm trying to say, and now let me try to begin the session. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if you can see the screen, now how to go to the next slide?
Sir, just click it on arrow button.
Arrow button, sir.
Arrow button, sir. Yeah, enter.
No,
Yeah, click on second.
Sir,
Click on second.
the keyboard arrow buttons are there, sir.
Okay.
Down, right.
Space bar. Can you try with the space bar? Click on the PPT and try the space bar.
Just arrow buttons are working, not space bar, sir. Just arrow buttons.
Yeah, I have done with the arrow button.
Sir, just click on second. Point.
Or else you have left side. Left side you have the slides. No, you click on the second slide. That will be better.
Yeah, better.
Yeah. No. You
I think get hang. It's get hang.
Sir, select the second slide, sir.
Yeah.
On the left, if you see all the slides.
Left side you have the windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, left side. Ravi Khan?
Yes, sir.
Ravi Khan?
Yes, sir.
Left side you have the window of the slides.
Yes. I'm clicking on it, sir, but it is not happening. So no problem. I'll just do it.
It's happening. You try stop the sharing and do it again. That will be better.
Yes, I'm doing it.
Check whether your keyboard is locked.
Oh, no. Oh, got it. Yeah. Now, can you see this screen, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. Now let us go in a flow.
Yeah, we can.
I will not be moving anything unnecessary. Now, with this particular understanding that behavior is a function of person and environment, let us try to enter into the subject of lifespan psychology. Before I begin lifespan psychology, I would like to bring to you a wonderful poem, and I request some of you to pay attention to the lines that are actually written over there. I read it for you. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. So was it when my life began. So is it now I am a man. So be it when I shall grow old, or let me die. The child is father of the man, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural PT. So this is a wonderful poem, and frankly, as a matter of fact, if I say it's a wonderful poem, this is written by a great poet, and I request some of you to name the poet if it is possible for you.
Sir, Williams Wordsworth.
Wordsworth.
William Wordsworth.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Somebody who has actually said Williams Wordsworth or Wordsworth, I'm grateful to you because you know him very well. Thank you. And that is the reason I have just given him given a clue over there. His words are worth. So fine, good. Now my request to all of you is, can you please go through that poem once again and see something which is one particular line which is very, very interesting, because you'll be surprised to know from this particular poem, the psychology has taken a beautiful understanding of lifespan psychology, lifespan development, I can say. Can you please tell me what is that one line that has attracted the field of psychology? And where
child is father of man.
Oh, great.
Child is the father of man.
Excellent. What is your name, ma'am? What is your name?
Shankari,
ma'am. Thank you so much. The child is father of the man.
Yes.
Wonderful. Now, can you please try to understand the meaning of this particular sentence? The child is father of the man. Can you think about it? What does it mean? Because that is where lifespan development is all about.
Yes, sir. Different life cycles from child to man, man to father.
Okay. Child to man, man to father.
Sir, maybe the man has missed a lot. That's why he just want to live his life back again.
Oh, good. You are very, very close.
Sir, rainbow in the sky is actually interesting to me, because
the man's entire psychology depends on the gaining from the childhood. The man's entire experience depends on the baggage from his childhood, whatever he's doing from his childhood. So that is the byproduct of his.
Great.
That very line, rainbow in the sky, actually depicts a lifespan, sir, where he began as a child and now he has a child, and he's a man now. He's a father.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Sir, this is Rupa here, sir. If you could see.
Yeah, no, I cannot see because I can see only the presentation. If I disturb anything over here, again, we will be lost. So I'm a blind person looking only at the PPT and not any one of you.
I understand.
Ma'am, Rupa ma'am, you have something very, very interesting or unique in what you said. You said you're trying to depict the rainbow as a span of development of a human being, because it starts somewhere at the ground, it will go up, and once again it will basically fall down. So if we can see the continuum of the human development, we start at a young age. We are children, and then we grow up as a child, and then after that we enter into the adulthood, and after that the process of development slows down or comes down, and then we become old. So the rainbow is a good depiction of, so the rainbow is a good depiction of the development, the development of a human being. Wonderful. So, and the gentleman has said, sir, you said something that the childhood has all the experiences of
the man's life, present man's life is a baggage from the childhood, what he has learned.
Excellent.
So that the child will be a father of a man.
Here is a gentleman who is actually trying to say to all of us that whatever we are is not independent of what we are earlier. but it is an accumulation of what we are from the past to what we are right now. That is what this gentleman has said. That is also another important point. There are 2 points over here. The first one is, whatever we see in the nature is just a reflection of us, or whatever we are is just a reflection of the nature. Let us take an example. For example, it is, the environmental conditions have changed since last couple of days, where I'm actually staying in Visakhapatnam. I do not know it is whether the same to everyone or not. So there is a depression in the seas. So when there is a depression in the seas, I, for example, suddenly I develop what is this called as, cold. Anytime when the weather changes, the cold levels in me also increase, and I try to enter into that sneezing mode. So in what way my biophysical aspects are related to the things that are happening in the environment, physical environment. So when we say that the physical environment constitutes the 5 basic elements, now I am not opposite to the 5 basic elements. The human being is also because of those 5 basic elements. Now you understand what those 5 basic elements are. Panchabhutalu we call it as, in Sanskrit we call it as Panchabhutalu. So the earth, the fire, and all that. So 5 bhutas, Prithvi, Vyapas, Tejo, Vayu, Akasat. So that is what is called as 5 elements in the nature, are a reflection of 5 elements in us, or the 5 elements in us is equivalent to 5 elements outside. So whatever is happening outside will definitely reflect in us also. So when somebody says that that the rainbow is actually depicting the development of an individual, it is absolutely the same. That is true. Wonderful. And when the other gentleman said that, whatever we are is not independent to what we are at this particular stage, but it is a collection or accumulation of what we are in the childhood, that is also wonderful. That is also very, very correct. So can we conclude to that extent, or can we have another important point?
I could wish my days to be bound.
And I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural beauty. Let me try to examine this particular poem to you. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky, in the sense that if I look at the rainbow in the sky, my heart leaps up. So I mean, there is a gladness in me, there is a pleasantness in me. So was it when my life began.
That's
so
the nature.
So as a child, yes, wonderful, sir. As a child, when I see the rainbow, there is a delight in me. When I became a man, still that particular delightness is there in me. When I grow old also, still there is the same kind of delightness that I used to have as a man and as a child by looking at that particular rainbow is there in me. So even though I'm passing by my age, whenever I look at that particular rainbow, the pleasantness has continued in me since beginning till now in the same consistent or continuous manner. Which means that when we are children, when we have enjoyed all the pleasantness of life, that cannot be arrested, that cannot be suppressed when we are in the adulthood. And when we grow old also, we cannot basically arrest our childhood. If we say, if when we grow older, when we grow, what is this called as bigger in our life as into adulthood, if at all we basically avoid the childhood pleasantness in us, or if at all we arrest the childhood in us, then we are not at all a person to live. We are a dead person. That is what it is said in this particular poem. And the entire, psychology fraternity was, what is this called as, moved by these particular words, the child is father of the man. And I do not have any doubts when Eric Berne, when he has written the book called as I'm okay, you are okay, I'm confident that he would have actually bought the idea of I am okay, you are okay from William Wordsworth. Because in transaction analysis, I just try to give you a framework of transaction analysis to make it very, very, what is this called as, comfortable to you. In every person, there are three important elements. Understand, my dear participants, in every personality, there are three important elements. What are those elements? Those elements are called as ego states, EGO, ego states. What are those three ego states in every personality? One is the child ego state. Second one is the adult ego state. And the third one is the parental ego state. So these are the three ego states that every personality has. Now, for example, when I'm interacting with you, my dear participants, then my ego states are interacting with your ego states. Now, Eric Berne, in his transaction analysis, he said that, as long as the transactions are happening between the same ego states, the relationship is healthy. For example, if my child ego state is interacting with your child ego state, for example, my age is 42 years. And if your age is, let us take an example, 35 years or 48 years or 52 years, whatever it is, irrespective of the age, if my child ego state is activated and I am interacting with you, and if you are able to, what is this called as activate your child ego state as well, and ensure that our child ego states are interacting with each other, then our relationship or the transactions that happens between us will be healthy. That is what is called as child ego state. Now, what do you mean by child ego state? Let us give a small example. Now, there is always a child within us. Let us take an example. If at all there is some guests come to our home, and there is a newborn baby. He or she is 2 years old. If at all we take the child in our hands and we try to basically play with the child. Now, I might be a CEO of a company or a deputy director or a director of a company, but when I'm playing with the child, is the deputy director playing with the child, or is the element of child interacting with the child?
He behaves just like another child, sir.
Exactly. That means without our notice, there is a spontaneous activation of the child in us that has popped out and trying to basically reflect the feelings of the child that is in front of us. So the child will be very happy because of understanding the childish behavior in us that is spontaneous. That is the reason, if at all we keep our face in an angry emotion, the child will see that this is not in tune with his natural state of personality. So he or she might be disturbed. So that is very, very spontaneous. The learning has already started, you see. It is a marvelous or miraculous thing that the child is able to learn by looking at the face of us. So there is some constant energy within the child which is already mature enough to identify what is consistent to its behavior and what is inconsistent to its behavior. So that is where we are supposed to begin the study with. So, which means that in what is this called as transaction analysis, one of the element is the child ego state, and the second element is the adult ego state. When we say the adult ego state, we are saying that the adult is a rational person who takes logical decisions in his life with very good reasoning. Every person in front of me, let us take an example. When I'm talking to you, I'm not activating my child ego state, but I'm trying to activate the adult ego state to explain to you the process of lifespan psychology in a logical manner and with good reasoning of the subject to deliver the subject in such a way that you understand the subject. So there is an idea. That idea is processed in a logical manner, and finally it is delivered in such a way that you understand the subject in a proper manner. Which means that in every person there is an adult element also, ego state also, which is very, very rational. RATIONAL, rational. What do you mean by rational? Rational means the person can differentiate between what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is bad, what is desirable, what is undesirable. In Sanskrit, we call it as viveka, vivekam, something like that. So the ability to discriminate between what is right and what is wrong. So that particular rationality is there within each and every personality. So that is the second important ego state of a personality. The third important ego state of a personality is the parental ego state. When we are child, when we were in our childhood, what we have done is we have observed a lot and spoken a little, because around us there are a lot of people who are talking to us, not only to us but among themselves. So my father used to speak to my mother, my father used to speak to my aunt, my father used to speak to many people in the family, and I'm a small meek child who is observing my father, how he is behaving. So I see that this person who is actually dealing with different people in a different manner is the person who is controlling, because he is every time talking. And I'm also able to see how the other persons are reacting to what my father is speaking. So in the sense that when the other person is actually acknowledging what my father is saying, then I'm trying to copy the traits of my father into me. That is happening without saying. So unconsciously there is a learning that we are taking some of the elements from our parents within us. It can be father, it can be mother also. So we are taking some elements of our parents in our personal lives, and then we are trying to engage our life in the way our parents have engaged themselves. That is the reason, if you observe, sometimes in our lives, we say that we have to be very careful in our home, because our children will try to copy whatever we say or we do in our home. మనం చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండాలి, లేకపోతే మన పిల్లలందరూ కూడాను మనం ఏంటి చేస్తున్నామో, మనం ఏంటి మాట్లాడుతున్నామో, మనం ఎలా ఉంటున్నామో మన పిల్లలు కూడా అలాగే బిహేవ్ చేస్తారు. అందుగురించే వాళ్ళు ఎదురుగుండా మాత్రం మీరు అరవకండి, వాళ్ళు ఎదురుగుండా మాత్రం మనం గొడవ పడద్దు అని చెప్తూ ఉంటాం. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ you'll be surprised, there is a great work by Albert Bandura. There is an experiment that he has conducted on a doll. ఒక డాల్ మనకు ఉంటుంది. ఆ డాల్ ఏంటి అంటే దాంట్లో ఎయిర్ ఇన్ఫ్లేట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. అది మనం దాన్ని కొట్టేమో అంటే అది ఆటోమేటికలీ ఇట్ విల్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ అండ్ ఇట్ విల్ స్టాండ్. సో దే ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ సమ్ నేమ్ దే ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్. సో ఒక ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ ద్వారా తను ఏం చెప్పాడు అంటే ఆల్బర్ట్ బండూరా, హీ సెడ్ దట్ children in the society or in the families will try to model the behaviors of the people, in the sense that if at all they are looking at me, if my son is actually looking at me in my home from morning 9 to evening 6, and or after that or before it, he is trying to understand in what way I am doing, and he may also try to do it, because he might be influenced by my behavior most of the times. It can be a positive influence or it might be a negative influence, but he is taking it. So that is the reason we should understand that we should recognize the fact that there are three important elements which are called as the child ego state, the adult ego state, and the parental ego state, which are unconsciously activated among us and which are actually making some transactions with the people around us. Now we have to know whether these ego states, are they coming as per our wish, or are they coming by themselves, by the influences of aspects that are happening around us. ఎప్పుడైనా ఎగ్జామిన్ చేసుకున్నారా అలాగా ఎవరైనా? Did anybody examine that sometimes you are trying to be commanding, you're trying to be demanding, sometimes you tend to be very very rational, you tend to be logical with very good reasoning, sometimes you tend to be very very childish. Even though you have grown also, you tend to behave in an immature manner. So these things generally happen, but are they happening out of your knowledge? Are you conscious when they are happening, or are you not conscious about it?
We are not conscious.
Exactly. So when you have given me an answer which is called as unconscious, we are not conscious, then we have to remember the words of, or the research works of Sigmund Freud. How many of you are aware of Sigmund Freud?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Now, Sigmund Freud is called as dash.
Father of...
Yeah, father of...
Sorry,
no, don't
sir.
Stop over there, ma'am.
I'm really
Transactional
sorry,
analysis.
sir. I'm stuck.
Wonderful, sir. Sir, I forgot your name once again. Father of?
Vajra Prasad.
Vajra Prasad Garu, thank you very much. The father of psychoanalysis. Sigmund Freud, you'll be surprised to know, he's the person who has initiated, in fact, before Sigmund Freud, there is a person called as William Wundt, who has done a lot of experiments in the field of psychology in Germany. But the person who is known to everybody in the field of psychology is Sigmund Freud, because whatever concepts that he has actually initiated with his interactions with the patients have revolutionized the field of psychology. And you'll be surprised to know Sigmund Freud is the only psychologist or only person in the field of psychology whose name has been repeated by each and every psychology citations works. Even though majority of them do not agree with Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic theory, but still many of the psychologists will definitely have to refer Sigmund Freud because of the principles that he has given to the field of psychology. Okay, so why am I speaking about Sigmund Freud? It is absolutely interrelated, interacting and interdependent, because one of the esteemed a member of this particular Google Meet said that we are doing it unconsciously. What does this word unconscious means? That means Sigmund Freud said that if you look at the person's mind, you will be surprised to know whatever is seen at the outer surface is very, very small, but there is plenty of world that is hidden below the surface of the consciousness, which the person is not aware of himself or herself. And the remaining part, which is actually deeply fitted into the person's below conscious levels, are the unconscious levels. And Sigmund Freud said that whatever we are acting right now, or whatever behaviors that are actually projected because of us, is only because of the conflicts that are happening in the unconscious realms of the regions. Let's take an example. You can debate with me. You can say, sir, now you are teaching to us. Does it mean that your unconsciousness is speaking? No, absolutely not. So what is speaking right now is the conscious aspect. I'm very much conscious about what is happening inside my thought process, in what way I'm trying to bring all my ideas together in a more meaningful form, and how I am trying to project that particular idea in such a way that you're understanding the subject of lifespan psychology. But that doesn't mean that I am doing it every time. Now, who will basically understand my psychology when the formal environment is there? When I'm interacting with the students, when I'm interacting with my boss, when I'm interacting with my colleagues in the formal environment, yes, I'm conscious about whatever I'm doing, because if I'm not conscious, there might be accidents. But if I'm left alone to take my own decisions without being observed, without any conditions, in what way I am trying to be influenced by my unconscious aspects of the personality. So Sigmund Freud says that whatever conflicts that a person is having or he's projecting outside is because of lot of unconscious elements that are present, which are trying to have their own conflicts and then trying to take a space to come out and project them outside. So that is the reason we have to know the importance of the human personality and how it has started, how it has evolved, how it has grown, and how it is succeeding in order to make the future generations more understandable. So that is the reason we are trying to study the field of psychology. You're able to understand, ma'am, till now? Any doubts?
Sir,
Yeah.
No,
Deepika
sir.
from this side. When you're talking about some topic, this you're doing consciously, but in mind we were getting different topics, no? That is happening unconsciously.
Yeah.
Is it what you were relating to?
Now, if in the mind, if at all some things are not related to the subjects that are happening in the mind, yes. If it is not related to what we are discussing right now, yes. The unconscious elements are activated. They are taking us apart. But when I'm discussing about lifespan psychology, and if you already had some information about Sigmund Freud, his psychoanalytic theory, about his id, ego, and superego, then there are no issues about it. If you are thinking about them, if you are brooding about it, in spite of me talking about lifespan psychology, there are no issues about it. You are trying to be more logical, you are trying to be more rational, you are trying to connect the dots together. No issues. Your consciousness is being activated.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Hello, sir. Anudev here.
Anudeep, yes.
Yeah. Sir, is there any difference between subconscious mind and unconscious mind, or are they the same?
Wonderful. Now we have 3 levels of what is this called as consciousness levels, degrees of consciousness. We call them as degrees of consciousness. We have the consciousness. We call it as pre-consciousness. We generally don't call it as, technically we don't call it as subconscious. There is, in psychology, I don't see anywhere the word called as subconscious, unless otherwise there is some author who is trying to make you understand what pre-conscious is in your own language. There is nothing called as subconscious. It is called as pre-conscious, and the last one is unconscious. Now, consciousness means, I'm trying to speak something about conscious. I'm conscious that I'm speaking something about consciousness. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. This is what is called as consciousness. Now, pre-consciousness is, for example, when I started my day today, what is the breakfast that I had? What is that first interaction that I had with my family members? What was my last night's interaction with my boss?
Okay.
What was the concept that I studied when I slept, or when I hit my pillow? So that is what is called as pre-consciousness. That means something which happened recently. It is subdued for some time, and it can be taken back any point of time. And the last one is the unconsciousness. And unconsciousness is a repository of all our childhood experiences. So Sigmund Freud says that whatever is happening in a person's life is only a reflection of the conflicts that have arisen during our childhood experiences. So he says that till 4 years or 6 years, till 6 years, let us take an example, the mind of the person has already developed. And from 6 year onwards, it is only a reflection of the experiences that a person had.
Okay.
So now it is debatable, but the entire psychologists in the field of psychology have debated this, and majority of them have accepted it, because how the way we have treated our children, or the way we are treated in our childhood, means a lot. We are not aware of it, but all the impressions that we had received in our childhood are stored in the repository of unconsciousness, and they can be activated any point of time. So probably we feel that why we do not know why we are behaving, but there is an element of unconsciousness. So that is the reason there is something called as hypnotherapy and all that, taking you into a trance and then trying to take you to different stages of your life. So this has happened. And out of curiosity, I'm asking some of you, because when I talk about the subject, the negative feedback that I received from all of my students till now about the way I deal with the subject is, sir, whatever you start, you will not end it. You will continue digging deep into whatever subject or concept that you take up. This is the worst feedback that I had, because I love psychology and I don't read psychology just to complete the syllabus, but I try to see the DNA of the concept that I read. So that is the reason I take it as a journey to the students. And I feel that the journey should be very, very pleasant to the students.
Sure. I think that might be one of the best feedback that you would have received, sir. Because I myself, I'm a soft skills trainer, so I also deal the subject, because my topics are mostly oriented or enrooted to psychology. So I think the way you deal is really good.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, I agree with Anu sir, because see, you leave it to a point where we have, say maybe you expect us to continue this journey further.
Yes.
That is exactly where it all
Exactly, ma'am. You got the meaning of it, ma'am.
Be a
Because
student.
yeah,
will
if I say that if I basically deal the subject as a subject and complete it in 1 hour or 2 hours, then I'm doing injustice to the field of psychology.
Sir, it's just a feeling. You have to feel yourself and you have to understand your own ourself. It's a psychology meaning. So if we have to deeply go through and understand what is actual psychology or what is actual we are studying, it's not a study. It's a simple ourselves feeling what we want to know or what we have to do in life. या बोल सकते हैं सर?
Yeah, आप बोल सकते हैं, कोई problem नहीं है. But whenever you say what we have to do in the life, it should be very, very rational and purposeful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Let us continue with this. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now, when we are talking about psychology, when we are talking about lifespan psychology, we had a wonderful personality called as Sigmund Freud. Can anybody tell me or share with me what his basic idea? I said to you, id, ego, and superego. Can you please try to share with me what is this id all about, ego all about, and superego all about? And I can assure all the participants here that whatever we discuss, understand that are all part of psychology. It can be lifespan psychology, it can be social psychology, it can be experimental psychology, it can be cognitive psychology. Whatever we discuss, it will enter into all these areas. So don't think that we are not covering lifespan psychology. Lifespan psychology can be covered as a subject, but understanding the basic principles and trying to relate with the subject and subjects is very, very important and ideal for us. Yeah. The room is open for understanding of id, ego, and superego. Can anybody say anything about this? We call it as id, not id. Id.
ఇడ్ తన కోరికలు తీర్చుకోమని చెప్తుంది. ఈగో
Ma'am, can you please identify yourself? I'm sorry.
ఈగో పరిసరాలను గమనించమని చెప్తుంది. సూపర్ ఈగో బోధనలు చేస్తుంది.
Excellent, ma'am. మీ పేరు, ma'am, please.
సృజన,
ma'am. Thank you so much. So she has started it very well. Now there are three. Sigmund Freud said that there are three important elements in a human personality which govern the behaviors of the human being or the personality. Now, what are those three important elements? They are called as id, id, ego, 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 and super ego, super, super ego. Srujana ma'am, నేను ఇంగ్లీష్ లో చెప్పడం వల్ల మీకు ఏమి ఇబ్బంది అవ్వట్లేదు కదా?
నో ప్రాబ్లం సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఎక్కడైనా ఇబ్బంది అయితే మాత్రం చెప్పండి. ఓకే, so let me try to introduce these three topics, three concepts to you in brief so that you will understand the human development as such. When we talk about personality, Sigmund Freud says that every behavior is because of the interactions that are happening between id, ego, and superego. Then what is this id called as? Id is a primitive element in an individual personality. It is in a raw form, RAW, raw form. పరిపక్వత చెందలేని విధముగా ఉండే ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ అనేది మన పర్సనాలిటీలో ఉన్నది ఇద్. It is something which is relative to primitive, very, very raw, very, very crude, and the most important thing is it is more immature form. It is in a more raw form. అంటే మన యొక్క ఫీలింగ్స్ అన్ని రా ఫామ్లో ఉంటే ఎలా ఉంటాయో ఆ రా ఫామ్ అనేది ఇద్ నుంచి వస్తున్నది. ఓకే, నౌ ఐ విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ టు యూ, డోంట్ వరీ. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ మోర్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చిల్డ్రన్, మనం చిన్నపిల్లల తలక చేష్టలు మనం చూసామనిస్తానంటే మనకి వాళ్ళు ఏదైతే పనిచేస్తూ ఉంటారో అది మనకి చాలా చాలా ఇమ్మెచ్యూర్డ్గా అనిపిస్తుంటుంది ఒక్కొక్క టైంలోని. సో దోస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ behaviors are because of the id factors that are influencing the personality. Now there is something else called as superego. సో id అనేది ఒకవైపు ఉన్నది అనుకుందాం. కంటిన్యూమ్ మనం తీసుకుంటే ఆ కంటిన్యూమ్ నుంచి లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఏమో id అనేసి నేను చెప్తున్నాను. కంటిన్యూమ్ తలక రైట్ సైడ్, ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ రైట్ సైడ్ ఏంటంటే సూపర్ ఈగో అనిస్తున్నది. సూపర్ ఈగో అంటే ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే moral values కి తగ్గట్టుగా మన పర్సనాలిటీ ఉండాలి. Our personality should basically be defined on the grounds of moral principles, which means that whatever we are actually doing, that should not affect in an undesirable manner either to me or to anybody else around us. There are few norms, there are few rules, there are few ethics that comply one particular sect or one particular society or one particular industry. సో మన పర్సనాలిటీని మన చుట్టుప్రక్కల ఉండే పరిసరాలకి అనుకుగా, సో టు మ్యాచ్ విత్ దట్ ఈ సూపర్ ఈగో అనేది ఎప్పుడు కూడాను moral policing చేస్తున్నది అనమాట. సో సూపర్ ఈగో ఈస్ డూయింగ్ moral policing to our personality. Now what is left now? What is left?
Ego.
Now what does this ego says? In some movies, మనకి మూవీస్లో కానీ లేకపోతే వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ కాల్డ్ as in ఎవ్రీడే లైఫ్లో కానీ మనందరినీ కూడాను బ్రెయిన్ వాష్ చేస్తారనమాట. ఏంటని బ్రెయిన్ వాష్ చేస్తారంటే మనిషికి ఈగో ఉండకూడదు అనేసి అంటూ ఉంటారు. నో, ఇట్ ఈస్ అబ్సల్యూట్లీ రాంగ్. ఈగో ఉండకూడదు అనేది ఎవరైతే చెప్పారో వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడాను సైకాలజీలో ఉండే ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ తెలియవు కాబట్టి they are actually speaking in those lines. Everybody should have ego, and I will explain to you why we should have an ego. Is anybody with me? We should have an ego ani sevarna do you also feel the same?
Yes sir, ego
To an extent.
Yeah, okay, somebody is very very diplomatic because we have to have ego to some extent. Very good, nicely phrased, ma'am. So we should have an ego. Now I'll tell you what is the importance of ego. What ego does is, when I said to you that in our personality, to the left side we have id feelings, primitive, raw, crude feelings in us, and on the other side of the continuum we have moral policing that is happening. అంటే సొసైటీకి తగ్గట్టుగా మనం బిహేవ్ చేయాలి, నలుగురికి తగ్గట్టుగా మన పర్సనాలిటీ ఉండాలి అనేసి అంటే there is always a fight between the id as well as super ego. Id says that I want to fulfill my raw desires. Super ego says that no, you cannot fulfill your raw desires because they are obstructing the free flow of healthy life in the society. So there is always a fight between id and super ego in us. Enti cheyali, enti cheyakodadu. You're able to understand? So when there is a fight between these two, then something which is there in between has to liaison between id feelings as well as super ego feelings. Now that particular balancing act is actually owned by ego factor within us. So ego balances in a harmonious manner the id feelings as well as super ego feelings. This is very very important. Now which means that the ego says, let us take an example, somebody wants to basically go to a movie. Okay, now going to a movie is correct. Let us take an example. This feeling of going to a movie is very very immature or childish. I'm not saying that as an adult also we would like to go to a movie, but if a child is expressing, if a student is expressing to go to a movie when there are examinations for him round the corner, then going to a movie might not be a good idea. So if there is a pull factor in his personality that yes, the recent movie is from so and so hero, I'm great fan of him, so let me go to that particular movie. And in the same personality, the moral policing will also happen. No, you have examinations around the corner, the next week examinations are starting, and you do not have any idea about this subject, so you have to prepare well, so forget about that particular movie. Now what happens is, what does ego do? The ego has to be more, what is this called as rational, more matured, and it has to try to give a very good decisions in such a way that the id feelings are equally compensated with super ego feelings. So what does the ego does? Ego says to the personality that fine, you go to a movie, but do some kind of homework right now. Study now for 2 to 3 hours. Once you are confident that yes, I'm able to understand the subject, then you please go to a movie. But without starting the subject, without entering into the preparation mode for your examination, if you go for that particular movie, then your examinations will basically go off mode. There will be a big problem, you cannot concentrate. Or otherwise you go to movie for 7 days you go to movies after the examination. So some kind of balancing act should be done by ego in order to justify it as well as superego feelings. So when I said that ego is a balancing factor between id and superego, now do you say that ego should be there or should not be there?
It should be there.
Yeah, ego should be there.
Should be there.
Now ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇంకొక స్టేట్మెంట్ నేను చెప్తాను, ఇంకొక స్టేట్మెంట్ చెప్తాను మీ అందరికి. నౌ సంబడి విల్ సే అమాంగ్ యూ, నా ఈగో హర్ట్ చేసాడు రా అనేసి అంటారు. నా ఈగోని, ఇఫ్ ఐ హ్యావ్ టు యూజ్ ద వర్డ్ which is not professional, but still if I have to use, if I have to evoke my id feelings and use the word called as na igon kelikera, నా ఈగోని టచ్ చేశారా, నా ఈగోని హర్ట్ చేశారా అనేసి అన్నారంటే, ఎవరైనా అన్నారంటే వాట్ డస్ ఇట్ మీన్? అంటే ఈగోని టచ్ చేయడం అంటే ఏంటిదని అర్థం?
ఇద్దుని ప్రేరేపించడం సార్.
ఇద్దుని ప్రేరేపించడం, ఓకే. తర్వాత
సెల్ఫ్ రెస్పెక్ట్ మీద కొట్టడం.
సెల్ఫ్ రెస్పెక్ట్ మీద కొట్టడం, వెరీ గుడ్. ఇంకెవరైనా నేను అనుకున్న పాయింట్ చెప్పగలుగుతారా? దట్ మీన్స్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఈస్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్.
Self-important.
No, maybe he is having a super ego, but
okay.
But one way he want to be socialized, but what he thought is right is not felt by others as right. Then I think is that
okay.
Did not pick up, so that's the reason.
Okay.
Underestimation of my capabilities.
Yeah, that's another thing what Vivek has told.
Yes. Okay. Next, ego hurt అవడం వల్ల ఏం జరుగుతుంది? I will try to bring the answer to you only. మీ ద్వారానే నేను ఆన్సర్ తెప్పిస్తాను నేను. ఓకే, ఈగో హర్ట్ అవడం వల్ల ఏంటవుతుంది?
Anger.
Imbalance between
imbalance of emotions.
Okay.
He upsets our feelings.
What?
Can you please mute yourself? Yeah. Fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. So ego hurt అవడం అంటే ఏంటి అంటే మనం బ్యాలెన్స్ కోల్పోవడం అన్నమాట. ఇప్పుడు మీ పర్సనల్ లైఫ్ ఒక్కసారి రిలేట్ చేసుకోండి. ద లాస్ట్ నైట్ ద వెదర్ యు ఆర్ ఇన్ బ్యాలెన్స్ or you are off balance. Today morning you are in balance or off balance. When there is a big argument between the spouse or father or mother or sister or wife or husband, whether is it balanced or not. So ego hurt avadam ante enti ante rationality of an individual is minimized. మనలోని rationality అనేది ఎప్పుడైతే తగ్గిపోతుందో అప్పుడు ఏంటవుతుంది? రీజనింగ్ అనేది తగ్గిపోతుందో, లాజిక్ అనేది తగ్గిపోతుందో, అప్పుడు ఏంటవుతుంది అంటే ద పవర్ ఆఫ్ ఈగో విల్ బి మినిమైజ్డ్ ఆర్ డిమినిష్డ్. సో వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్? ఎయిదర్ ఈగో విల్ బేసికలీ టేక్ ద ఓనర్షిప్ ఆర్ సూపర్ ఈగో విల్ టేక్ ద ఓనర్షిప్. అందుగురించే దేర్ ఆర్ సమ్ పీపుల్, మన సొసైటీలో జరుగుతున్న సంఘటనల్ని ఒక్కొక్కరు ఒక్కొక్క రకంగా తీసుకొని ఒక్కొక్కరు ఒక్కొక్క రకంగా డెసిషన్స్ తీసుకుంటారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, some of my friends, one of my friend XYZ, he joined a good number of organizations, he worked for a good number of organizations. He is not at all happy with his family members, he is not happy with his organizations where he is working, he is not happy with the people in the society. Finally, he joined one ashramam at Hyderabad, and he is taking his spiritual endeavor. ఓకే, నౌ స్పిరిచువల్ ఎండీవర్ అనేది తీసుకోవాలా తీసుకోకూడదా అని ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ట్రైయింగ్ టు జడ్జ్ ఇట్, బట్ హీ హ్యాస్ ఎంటర్డ్ ఇన్ టు what is this called, a road which will not basically disturb himself or disturb others. Okay, now there are other people, ego hurt avadam valla enti anisante id ద్వారా id ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అయిపోయి id తాలూకా పవర్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోయి they are taking some decisions or actions which are disturbing themselves and disturbing others also. For example, oka heated discussion between ammayi oka abbayi madhyana heated discussion అయిపోయిన వెంటనే అబ్బాయి ఏమో సడన్ గా ఆ పర్టికులర్ ప్లేస్ నుంచి ఏమో బయటికి వెళ్ళిపోయి తన బైక్ తీసుకొని తనకిను తన ఫ్రెండ్ కి జరిగిన ఇంటరాక్షన్ ద్వారా వచ్చే ఫీలింగ్స్ ద్వారా ఆ బిహేవియర్ లోకి కన్వర్ట్ అయ్యి తను ఎంత స్పీడ్ గా బైక్ డ్రైవ్ చేసి ఎంత సెల్ఫ్ ఇంజరీ చేసుకుంటాడు, ఎంత ఇంజురీ అవతల వాళ్ళకి ఎఫెక్ట్ చేసే అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయి. So on one side of the coin, if we lose our rationality, if we lose our reasoning power, if we lose our sense of understanding, if we lose our consciousness, then what happens is either id feelings or super ego feelings will take the ownership and try to rip the personality. ఇది జరిగే అవకాశాలు చాలా ఎక్కువగా ఉంటాయి. ఇప్పుడు now I will try to link what is this called as the field of psychology with can I say philosophy?
Yes sir.
Yeah. ఇప్పుడు సైకాలజీ అనేది ఎక్కడి నుండి వచ్చింది అనేసి అంటే you'll be surprised to know the psychology has come from the field of philosophy only. Philosophy. Now what do you mean by philosophy? Philosophy means the search for truth. ట్రూత్ ని ఎగ్జామిన్ చేసి ట్రూత్ ని తెలుసుకోవడమే ఫిలాసఫీ, తత్వశాస్త్రం. ఓకే, నౌ వాట్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇన్ ఫిలాసఫీ? ఫిలాసఫీ ఏం చెప్తుంది అంటే, లెట్ us take an example of Hindu philosophy or the Buddhism. In Hinduism or Buddhism, the most important element of Hinduism is basically to contemplate on oneself. It is called as dhyana prakriya, or it is called as meditation. In meditation, the goal is not there. There is no goal. If there is a goal, then it is not at all meditation. There is no goal at all. That is what Raman Maharshi at Arunachalam says, that you try to find out who you are. Now when you are finding who you are, don't try to ask questions who you are. Then he will say that examine yourself, understand yourself. Whatever is happening in your mind, let it happen. So even though you are trying to meditate in yourself, if some thoughts are coming, it means that whatever is the repository in your mind, they're all coming out and they are going out. Only when there is an empty vessel, then only there is something to be filled. So when there is a vessel full of information, full of thoughts, full of reasons, unless otherwise all the thoughts in the mind are emptied, you cannot fill anything inside. So in the meditation process, what we do is emptiness. Our goal is emptiness, nothingness. So that is the reason somebody said, who is that? All I know is I know nothing. What does it mean? Who said this?
Aristotle sir.
Yeah, Aristotle. Now what does he say? What does it mean? All I know is I know nothing అంటే దాని అర్థం ఏంటండి?
నాకు తెలిసింది ఏమైనా ఉందంటే అది తెలియనిదే.
తెలియందంటే ఏంటి?
No, sir, knowledge is vast. We can't say that everything I know.
That is vastavam.
తెలియంది అంటే వాస్తవం. You are coming to the point, sir. అంటే nothing means there is nothing. There is nothing means nothing నుంచే కదా స్టార్ట్ అయింది. అంటే he has understood the fundamental truth of life and universe, life and living అనేసి. All I know is I know nothing. Nothing అంటే ఏమీ తెలియదు. ఇంత కష్టపడి ఇంత జీవితకాలం రవికాంత్ నువ్వేమీ కష్టపడక్కర్లేదు, నువ్వేదో తెలుసుకుందామని తాపత్రయపడక్కర్లేదు. ఎందువల్ల అనేసి సోక్రటిస్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు, అరిస్టాటిల్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు, ప్లాటో లాంటి వాళ్ళు ఎంతో కష్టపడి ఎన్నో సంవత్సరాలు ఏమో కష్టపడితే వాళ్ళు ఫైనల్ గా చెప్పింది ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే, నా జీవితాంతం నేను తెలుసుకున్నది ఏంటి అంటే ఏమీ తెలుసుకోలేకపోయాను. ఏమీ తెలుసుకోలేకపోవడం కాదు, ఏమి నథింగ్, నో థింగ్ అనేసి అంటే ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈజ్ స్పేస్, ఎంప్టీనెస్. So that a space or emptiness is vital for the entire creation. So when once that particular person got introduced to that particular emptiness or wholeness, okay, or the space, okay, or the energy, so he knew everything anisi. So because everything has come out from nothing kada, so when he is introduced to that nothing, he knows everything anisi. So we have to grow to that particular understanding of the person who has actually said that. అంటే మనం మియర్ గా ఒక 2 లైన్లో ఉండే కొటేషన్ ని మనం యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ గా మనం తీసుకున్నాము అనేసి అంటే we have not understood the entire experience of the person అన్నమాట. So the great people generally don't use the words or letters in a easily. They are very very miserly with using the words. అంటే వాళ్ళు చాలా వాళ్ళు దీంట్లో ఉంటారనమాట. అమ్మో నేను ఏ పదాన్ని యూజ్ చేస్తే నా తలక ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ బయట పడదో అలాంటి వర్డ్ నేను యూజ్ చేయకూడదు, ఏ వర్డ్ యూజ్ చేసినా నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా దగ్గరలో ఉండాలి అనేసి. So that is the reason we have to be very, very careful in understanding that, the nothingness is not about nothing, but the whole of it, and not the sum of some particles of it, but the whole of it, and see. So that is the reason when we say that ego hurt ayindi anisante, we are losing our ground, we are losing our consciousness. So in meditation, the goal is to observe everything and not to react or judge to anything in our thought process. అలాగ మనం జడ్జ్ చేయకుండాను మనం అబ్జర్వర్గా ఉంటుంటే ఆ థాట్ ప్రాసెస్ అన్నీ ఒకసారి అలా వెళ్ళిపోతూ ఉంటే మనకి లాస్ట్లో మిగిలేది ఏంటి అంటే వాక్యూమ్ ఆర్ స్పేస్. ఆ వాక్యూమ్ ఆర్ స్పేస్ని మనం కానీ కొంచెం సేపు అలా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసి ప్రతిరోజు అలా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తుంటే దెన్ ద ఒరిజినాలిటీ విల్ బి రిఫ్లెక్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద పర్సనాలిటీ. దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్ కొంతమందిని మనం చూస్తే మనకు ఆరా కనపడుతుంది, AURA, ఆరా, లైక్ స్వామి వివేకానంద, ఆర్ you call it from any other Guru Nanak or anybody. As a matter of fact, you get that particular aura because they have contemplated on that emptiness or space within them to realize the wholeness of it. They are there with it. So dharana saktito nentianism, they are with it. So which means they are fully with it. So e consciousness tonante, that means that I am right now with myself, I am controlling my own personality. There is nothing which is coming out or entering into my personality without my control. So I am very conscious about it. As long as a person is conscious about himself, what is happening himself, nobody can disturb him. But if at all his consciousness is actually disturbed by other aspects, then he will lose his balance, and then what will happen, either id or superego will basically take the ownership and the personality is disturbed. You are able to understand, my dear participants?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wonderful. So with this, let us try to enter into
Yes, sir.
further modes of what is this called as the session. Okay. Now I will discuss about the case history of Wordsworth later. This is very, very important. But let us enter into some of the other vital aspects of lifespan psychology. మనకి ఓల్డెన్ డేస్ లో when we have to talk about lifespan psychology, we have to start from the olden days. ఈ ఓల్డెన్ డేస్ లోని ఈ మన పర్సనాలిటీ గురించి వాట్ యూస్ టు బి ఏ డిబేట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ నేచర్ వర్సెస్ నర్చర్. వాట్ డు యూ మీన్ బై నేచర్, వాట్ డు యూ మీన్ బై నర్చర్? సో పీపుల్ యూస్ టు థింక్ డ్యూరింగ్ దోస్ డేస్ దట్ the man's personality is because of his biological factors, or because of his genes, or because of his genetics. We cannot change anything in the person. So nenu okavela gani, for example, is it correct or not? Can somebody answer, is it right or wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong. It is wrong. Yes. So wrong ani మనం ఇప్పుడు చెప్తున్నాము. దీన్ని మనం ఏమంటాం అంటే హైండ్ సైడ్ బయాస్ అంటాం అనమాట. హైండ్ సైడ్ బయాస్ అంటే ఏంటి అంటే మనకి తెలిసిన తర్వాత దాని గురించి చెప్పడం. సో రాంగ్ అనేసి నేను కూడా అంటాను, ఐ విల్ ఆల్సో సే ఇట్ ఈస్ రాంగ్. బట్ నేను కొన్ని చిన్న చిన్న పాయింట్స్ చెప్తాను, అక్కడ రైట్ అంటారు మీరు చూడండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఒక ఫాదర్ ఉన్నారు, ఫాదర్కి కోపం చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉన్నది, మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళ డాటర్ కూడాను ఎక్కువ కోపడుతూ ఉంటుంది. అప్పుడు చుట్టుప్రక్కల ఉండే వాళ్ళు వాట్ విల్ దే సే దట్ ద డాటర్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో లైక్ ద ఫాదర్. ద రీజన్ ఈస్ the father is short tempered, the doctor has also taken the genes of short temperedness. Agree or disagree? Right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, correct. Now what does it mean? Which means that there are some traits in the individual which will pass on to the next generation.
Yes.
So what does it mean? That means the nature factor is also accepted by people in the field of psychology. That is the reason మనకి తెలియకుండానే నేను చెప్తాను ఒక విషయం, నేను మీ అందరికీ చెప్తాను, మీ అందరికీ తెలిసే ఉంటుంది, బట్ నేను మీ అందరికీ అది రిమైండ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాను. When the married women are about to be conceived in the month of 7th month loni, they are taken to their mothers or parents' home. Why is it? Can you please tell me? 7th month లోని హస్బెండ్ దగ్గర ఉండకుండా వైఫ్ ని వాళ్ళ పుట్టింటికి తీసుకువెళ్తారు. When she is about to conceive in the 7th, and not she will be conceiving in the 9th month, but 7th month she will be taken. Why? What is the reason?
This is the environment she bought. ఆ ఇంట్లో పెరిగినటువంటి వాతావరణంలో కంఫర్ట్ గా ఉంది.
బా మీరు చాలా పాయింట్ కరెక్ట్ గా చెప్పారు సార్. ఆ అమ్మాయి పుట్టిన ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ తనకి న్యాచురల్ గా సపోర్టింగ్ గా ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఆ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ లోని లాస్ట్ 2 months కానీ ఉంటే కన్సీవింగ్ అనేది చాలా హెల్దీగా ఉంటుంది అనే పాయింట్. వెరీ గుడ్ సార్. ఇంకేమైనా పాయింట్ ఉందా?
At least those 2 months she can take rest.
So 5 months she has not taken rest. She's helping household works. So at least last 2 months she can take rest. Very good. Correct. That is also quite practical.
She can get her mother's love.
Yes.
She can get her mother's love so that she can get peaceful.
Okay. Very good. Peace. Very good.
నార్త్ ఇండియాలో అలా తీసుకెళ్తే కుదరదు.
Maybe she can take her mother's experience into her.
Yeah. Wonderful. Good. Okay. See, నేను అన్ని కనెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను చూసారా, డిఫరెంట్ థియరీస్ అన్నిటిని నేను ఐఎమ్ ట్రైంగ్ టు కనెక్ట్ ఇట్ అన్నమాట. బికాస్ సైకాలజీ ఇస్ నాట్ ఎ సబ్జెక్ట్. Psychology is everybody's life.
Sir, it is told that the growing child also can hear, and coming 4 months also she may be staying with the same house, so she can accustom to the environment of the mother's home, the growing child.
Oh, great. That's again another point. Yes. Okay, fine. Let me share with you the points that you already know. I'm just trying to express it out. Me andar దగ్గర ఈ పాయింట్ ఉన్నది, but I'm trying to express it out. The point here is మనకి 7th month అనేది చాలా క్రిటికల్ అంటూ ఉంటారు నాకు తెలిసినంత వరకు. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే నథింగ్ రాంగ్ షుడ్ హ్యాపెన్. సో ఇలాంటి సందర్భంలోని ద ఉమెన్ షుడ్ బి ప్రొటెక్టెడ్ అండ్ ద ఉమెన్ షుడ్ బి ఇన్ ఎ మోస్ట్ కండ్యూసివ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్, ఫేవరబుల్ హెల్దీ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో తను ఉండాలి. తను ఎలాంటి ఆలోచనలతో ఉంటుందో అలాంటి ఆలోచనలు విల్ బేసికలీ పాస్ ఆన్ టు ద నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్. ఇప్పుడు అందు గురించే మీరు ఒకటి వేళ అబ్జర్వ్ చేశారు అనేసంటే, ఇప్పుడు హస్బెండ్ అండ్ వైఫ్ మధ్యన కొంచెం రిఫ్ట్ వచ్చినా, లేకపోతే ఇన్లాస్ మధ్యన రిఫ్ట్ వస్తే 8th 9th monthలో ఏంటవుతుంది అనేసంటే ద డెలివరీ ప్రాసెస్ విల్ బి మోర్ క్రిటికల్. సో ఏంటవుతుంది అంటే అక్కడ ఒకవేళ కానీ ఆ ఉమెన్ కానీ ఇబ్బందులు పడితే ఇన్సైడ్ ద హోమ్ వితౌట్ కండ్యూసివ్నెస్, దెన్ బీపీ అనేది రైజ్ అయిపోతుంది, బ్లడ్ ప్రెషర్ అనేది రైజ్ అయిపోతుంది. రైజ్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఇట్ విల్ కంటిన్యూ ఫర్ అ లాంగర్ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైం. అండ్ ఇమీడియట్గా డాక్టర్స్ ఏమంటారు అనేసి బ్లడ్ ప్రెషర్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోతున్నది, సో ఇట్ విల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ద baby that is being grown inside. So we have to immediately ensure that the baby is conceived. So దీనన్నిటికీ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఏంటి అనేసంటే, as rightly said by all the members of this program, the conduciveness is very critical for the healthy growth and development of the baby. మనం ఏంటైతే ఆలోచిస్తామో ఆ ఆలోచనలే నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి వెళ్తూ ఉంటాయి. మనం ఏంటి తీసుకుంటామో ఫిజికల్గా మనం ఏంటి తీసుకుంటాం అవే నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి వెళ్తూ ఉంటాయి. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు బి వెరీ కేర్ఫుల్. మనం మైండ్ని ఎంత పీస్ఫుల్గా పెట్టుకుంటామో అంతే పీస్ఫుల్నెస్ అనేది సెల్స్ ద్వారాను మన బేబీలో కూడా వెళ్ళి ఆ బేబీ న్యాచురల్గా హెల్దీగా గ్రో అయ్యే అవకాశం చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్ టు పుట్ హెర్ ఇన్ ద మోస్ట్ హెల్దీ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్స్. ఇట్ ఈస్ సజెస్టెడ్ దట్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ బేబీ ఈస్ into the home environment. సో అందువల్ల ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే నేచర్ ఏం చెప్తున్నది అనేసి అంటే మన జీన్స్ ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో ఆ జీన్స్ ద్వారాను మనలో ఉండే ఫిజికల్ ట్రైట్స్ అనేవి ట్రాన్స్మిట్ అవుతాయి. అందువల్ల ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే మనం పోలికలు అంటాం అనమాట. పోలికలు, ఈ పోలికలు ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే డిఫరెంట్ పోలికలు చెప్తూ ఉంటాం. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ద ఫిజికల్ ఫీచర్స్ బట్ ద బిహేవియరల్ టెండెన్సీస్ ఆఫ్ ద పేరెంట్స్ will also be distributed into the offspring. So that is the reason the psychologist said that nature is also valid when it comes to the development of the personality. The other side of the coin is nurture. So some of the lifespan psychologists or developmental psychologists have said that not nature but nurture is very, very crucial for a person's development. What do you mean by nurture? Nurture ante
growing a child.
Yeah. And the
And
development of a child, the development of a child is not only related to the genetic factors, but from then onwards, development of a child can also be possible through the environmental factors. So, genetics ద్వారా ఒక పర్సన్కి కోపం ఎక్కువ అయినా కూడాను, సో ఎక్కువ అయిపోయింది, కోపం ఎక్కువ అయిపోయింది, దానికి కారణం వాళ్ళ నాన్నగారు కదా అనేసి, కెన్ వి ట్రై టు అబెండాన్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ స్టూడెంట్? Can we abandon the
No, sir.
No. The society has to take necessary steps in order to ensure that the child will from now onwards will enter into the healthy way of living, which means nurturing. So there should be support systems around that particular child or that particular person, where that particular support systems should be responsible for the development of the child. కొంతవరకు డ్యామేజ్ అయింది అని అనుకుందాం. ఆ ట్రేట్స్ ఏవైతే అన్డిజైరబుల్ ట్రేట్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఆ ట్రేట్స్ అనేవి ఒక చైల్డ్ పర్సనాలిటీలోకి ఎంబెడ్ అయి ఉంటే, ఎంబెడ్ అయ్యేవి ఉన్నాయి కదా, అవి నెగటివ్ కదా అనేసి మనం వదిలేస్తే the damage will be much larger. So that is the reason the support systems should be there in the environment. That can be a home environment, or it can be a societal environment, or it can be a national environment, or a global environment also. The support system should be should be placed in such a manner that those nature aspects which are undesirable should be polished in such a way that the damage is minimized and the student or the personality is put in the right direction of developmental path, PATH path. This is what is called as nurture. Is it okay, my dear participants?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to share with you one case called as Disha case, DISHA, Disha case. Is it okay? Shall I discuss the case with you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now don't worry. There are a lot of what is this called as slides. We have time till 1:15. I will cover maximum possible, and I'll give you a.
I hope this is your break time.
Yeah, 11:15 is my break time. Still, we have 7 minutes, sir. Yeah. Is it okay? Shall we wait till 7 minutes? I'll complete this case.
Yes, great.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. 1:15 Kallan, and I will complete all the what is this called as slides. Okay. And I have promised it to many student batches, and I lost my promises also. I will see this time whether I can complete this or not. ఫైన్. సో దిశ కేస్ మనకేమో తెలుసు, అందరికీ సుపరిచితమే. అదేమిటి అంటే దిశ కేస్ అనండి, ఒక మూవింగ్ బస్లోని ఆ అమ్మాయిని కొంతమంది దుండగులు అసభ్యంగా ప్రవర్తించి ప్రైవేట్ ఆర్గన్స్లోని ఐరన్ రాడ్స్ తోని.
Nirbhaya.
Yeah, it is Nirbhaya. I'm sorry. It is Nirbhaya. Yeah, I'm talking about Nirbhaya case only right now. So you heard about the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and in Nirbhaya case ke karanal evaru? Who are those people who are involved in that?
Bus driver and conductor.
Yeah.
A bus driver and conductor. Okay.
Along with some friends, I think.
Okay, and after that there was an incident at Hyderabad. You remember?
Yes, sir.
That is Disha, sir.
That is Disha.
That is Disha. Where when Disha is having some problems with her two-wheeler, she is walking in order to seek some help, and there were few lorry cleaners or drivers who took her to a private place and then did all the nonsensical activities. Correct? Agreed? ఇప్పుడు ఆ ఇన్సిడెంట్ జరిగిన తర్వాత సొసైటీ అంతా ఒకసారి ఉలిక్కిపడి ఏమని చెప్పింది అంటే మనిషి తత్వాన్ని వదిలి మృగంలోకి వెళ్ళిపోయి మృగంగా బిహేవ్ చేసింది, వీళ్ళు మానవ మృగాలు అనేసి ఏవో చిన్న చిన్న లేబుల్స్ ఏమో పెట్టాయి అనమాట. ఓకే, దీన్ని ఎలా మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి, ఒక సైకాలజిస్ట్గా మనం ఎలా అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, సో మై డియర్ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్, ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ ఫర్ మీ. ఎందువల్ల అంటే ఒక మనిషిలో ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఇంటెన్షన్ని కొన్ని ఇంగ్లీష్ పదాలతో కానీ తెలుగు పదాలతో కానీ ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేయడం అనేది చాలా చాలా కష్టం. ఎందువల్ల అంటే మనిషిలో ఉండే ఒక గొప్ప విషయాన్ని ఒక చిన్న పదాలతోని దాన్ని అర్థం చేయించాలి అనేసి అంటే అది సాహసమే అవుతుంది. ఐఎమ్ ట్రయింగ్ టు డూ ఇట్, సో ప్లీజ్ ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ మై ఇంటెన్షన్ అండ్ డోంట్ బి క్యారీడ్ అవే విత్ మై వర్డ్స్ ఆర్ లెటర్స్. సో ఆ దిశ టైంలోని ఆ లారీ డ్రైవర్స్ చేసిన అరాచకాన్ని సమాజం ఏమన్నది అనేసి అంటే మానవ మృగాలు అనేసి అన్నారు. బట్ ఐ విల్ టెల్ యూ మై డియర్ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ దట్ there is lot of order in the jungle. There is a very good dharma in the jungle. మృగాలుగా అంటున్నాడు, మృగాలు అంటే యానిమల్స్. దెర్ ఈస్ ఎ వండర్ఫుల్ ఆర్డర్ ఇన్ యానిమల్స్. Now, where is the problem? I don't understand. You go to a jungle, you will find that, for example, National Geographic channel, if at all you watch, a tiger will kill a deer only when it is hungry.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And there is an order over there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you have seen lot of incidents where animals generally freely move among themselves without any kind of issues. When the tiger is
sir, they did not tell that mrugalu, sir. They told Manav mrugalu. They always listen to their instinct, but not the super ego.
Manav
mrugam. Yeah, Manav mrugam is a combined word, sir. If you again divide mrugam, then we have to compare with the animals. Here, the Manav mrugam, psychologically, I feel that it is they are given preference to the id.
Yeah. So when we have understood the idea called id, we are able to relate it to that. But when we are using the words called as mrugam also, we have to be very, very careful. Okay, we cannot use some words just like that on people. Okay, so that is the reason I am trying to say to you that I may have the poorest of my communication skills to express the highest intentions. So let me try to complete this and you will get an idea. Okay, so mrugam antunnappudu nenu em antunnanu anisante, jungle loni there is a very good order in the jungle because every animal know what it is and they behave in the best professional manner in their ecosystem, whereas human being is unable to become human being. ఇప్పుడు హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్ గురించి ఏమన్నారు అంటే చాలా మంది హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్ ఇస్ ద హైయెస్ట్ ఇవాల్వ్డ్ స్పీషీస్ అనేసి అంటున్నారు. అక్కడ చాలా తేడా ఉన్నది. అక్కడ human being has not become highest evolved species. Human being has become the highest evolved animal and he has to become an evolved species called human being. He has to become a human being. He is still having some animal instincts at the purest state.
Yes, sir. Maybe because of evolution, we have come from animals, so the traits are there.
Yeah, they
are not nurtured properly. They think so. Their traits are still there and they behave like that.
Yes, which means that we have not become human beings. We have to become highest evolved human beings. Let us take an example of animals. Can animals change? Can animals change their? See, can you please mute yourself? I can hear my own voice. That is the reason. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much. Can animals influence their environment?
No, sir.
They cannot influence their environment. They are living in their environment. Whatever is the environment, they are living in that environment. Whereas human being, can he influence his own environment?
Yes, sir.
That means what? Which means that when a person can influence his own environment, why is he trying to disturb his environment? So this is an important aspect. We are not evolved. We are trying to evolve. We have to evolve. This is the point that I want to trying to say. So which means that when it comes to issues or incidents like Disha or Nirbhaya, when somebody is actually saying that this is a fault of few people, the fault is not with the person over there. The fault is with the people around him. Let's take an example. When we talk about lorry drivers or cleaners who are part of that particular unforeseen incident, who are these lorry drivers? Who are these lorry cleaners? I think most of you have seen these lorry drivers in the night times driving for long distances. Are they educated? Are they professional? Do they have a meaningful life in their personal lives?
No, sir.
Yeah, which means that they are not part of the professional system or organized system. They are actually put in a different environment, or wherever they are living is entirely different from the mainstream of activities. Let's take an example. In my home, I speak to my wife or children in a most professional manner. But can you also expect that in lorry driver's home or ecosystem, the same kind of professionalism is maintained? Absolutely not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Which means that these are the people who are neglected by the society. Understand that. These are the people who are neglected by the society because they are have-nots. They are living or compromising their lives in such a way in order to go with the living, hang with that living, die with that living. But there is no opportunity for them to be taken into confidence by the haves in order to enrich their lives. So the problem is not with the person who has actually created the crime, but the problem is with the people around him who have not taken that particular person into confidence and put him in the right way of living. I'll just give you an example. So I am living in my home with my family and my children, and I also get what is called my servant maid in my home. So my servant maid is the most or the best psychologist I can declare. In everybody's home, the servant maid is the best psychologist. What she does is she'll come for cleaning the utensils or mopping the floor, but what she does is she will try to observe everything what is there in the home and the interactions or the dynamics that takes place in the home among the family members. And what she does, she tries to take whatever input she received to different family groups or into their home. Now, for example, when that particular servant maid comes into my home, and if I'm interacting with my family members in the most professional way, or if I treat that particular servant maid in the most professional manner, what she takes is the professionalism. What she cultivates unconsciously is professionalism into her home. She might not be educated like us, but she will basically take the professionalism to her home. The way we organize our home, she will organize her home in the way whatever is best suited to her livelihood. And she will try to communicate in the way that I communicate with my family members in her home in the best possible way. So she is drawing all the unconscious elements by herself to her own personality and to her own family members. So she is actually growing or developing. The reason is because the way I am treating myself, the way I am treating my family members, the way I am treating the servant maid is unconsciously being transferred from me to her life, to her lives also. So in the same way, if at all we have what is called as a drunkard lorry driver, okay, who is habituated to drinking or drugs and all that, who is unorganized, who doesn't have proper clothes to wear, and who uses shabby language, is actually processed into a formal organization. And if at all he is given an opportunity as a driver for what is called as a general manager, or for a institution, or for a society, or for a organization as such, if he's trained, if such kind of lorry drivers are trained in what is called as housekeeping, or in etiquette or manners, okay, in wearing the dress, in speaking, in walking, okay, in that way, if at all there is some kind of organization which intervenes with these kind of people and put them into a formal way of living, will they behave in the same manner? because they are introduced to formal life, they are introduced to professional life. But if at all we leave them at night time, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, that particular lorry driver or cleaner will park his lorry somewhere in the highway, and he will go to one dhaba, sit at that particular place, wash his eyes, wash his hands and legs, and he will sit with other people who are lorry drivers and cleaners. When he is with these other lorry drivers and cleaners, will we discuss about Chaganti Koteshwara Garu's Ramayanam Sundarakanda?
No way, sir.
No, sir.
Are they involved in such kind of highest spiritual order discussions or discourses?
Not at all, sir.
So they will basically talk about what their frustrations in life, because they have left their families and they are in the highways for almost 7 to 15 days. For 7 to 15 days without keeping their eyelids closed, they are driving the vehicles, and with a lot of frustration on the society, because they are the people who are not allowed to be on the roads during the daytime. So they cannot see the light of the society in the day. They are supposed to basically travel or work or suffer when everybody is happy sleeping. That is what their life duty is. So during that particular environment, he will definitely have frustration on his life and frustration on others. And in order to satisfy his frustration, he enters into some undesirable activity, undesirable antisocial activity, for which we are saying that he has actually committed a crime. No doubt he has committed a crime. I'm saying that, but who has to take the responsibility? So what we have to do is, we cannot basically catch hold of that lorry drivers or cleaners. Now, if we go to their places and say that, I want to basically train you, you come to our home. No. Now, at least what we have to do is, to the best possible extent, with our own family members, how we are actually behaving, and what is the message or the signal that is actually going to somebody who is not part of our family. If at all we are interacting with the strangers, to what extent our interactions are actually giving cues and directions to the people who are around us to take something from us and to try to interpret to try to interpret about us by others. So this is all about education. This is not just growth, this is about development. So that is the reason I'm telling you, society has to take the responsibility. When I say society, individuals actually form the society. So individual has to take the responsibility. So we cannot say this person is wrong, that person is wrong. That is the reason I said to you that behavior is a function of person, karma, environment. When I say person and environment, they are two independent variables which are influencing the dependent variable called as behavior. So those independent variables are interacting, interrelated, and interdependent. So that is the reason we say that the personality is also formed or influenced by the nurturing aspects also. Nurturing, N-U-R-T-U-R-I-N-G, nurturing. So I think you have seen some old Telugu movie by Naresh, where one small guy who is the son of Kota Srinivas Rao, he is a rebellious child who talks all bad language, foul language, and he takes the ownership of the entire school. All the school teachers, will be worried as to how we can take care of the child. So they look for some best teacher who will guide that particular child, and Naresh comes into the picture, and Naresh will understand the child in his own language and then nurtures him in such a way that he becomes a very good child. So there was an old movie like that. So which means that, nature is still affecting us. But if we are with the right company, if we are with the right resources, if at all we are in the right environment, or if nothing is there, if the right environment is not there, if the right people are not around there, but still with the right mindset or attitude, we can overcome or overshadow our natures, N-A-T-U-R-E, nature. So we can still overturn our nature by our own attitude towards the nature. So by our own healthy attitude towards our nature. That is the reason, if at all we say that, who are you? We say that I am the product of nature plus nurture, which is called as bio-psycho-social model. What is it called as? Bio-social?
Biopsychosocial.
psychological model. Yeah. So with this, I think I have taken 10 minutes more time in the break that is scheduled. So shall we have some break?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
So
Okay,
please mute yourself, and then when you come back at what time shall we come back? 11:35 or 11:40?
Okay, sir.
Please
Okay,
tell me.
sir.
Please tell me, sirs and madam. 11:35 or 11:40?
11:35.
Yeah, 11:35. Fine. Okay. Thank you,
Okay, sir.
everybody. I hope the sessions
Thank
are
you,
interesting.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir.
So those who are present, they can be present and they can ask me few doubts if possible. They want to interact with me, they can interact with me.
Sir, can you give your number so that if we have any doubt, so that we can ask to you?
Yeah, the last slide is about my contact details.
Oh, okay. No, kindly provide it, sir. Actually, that time I am there or not,
Oh my
I
God.
don't know.
So you gave me an indication that, post break we will not be there.
No, sir, actually, I am taking class now. So that's why, sir, I think I am not there that time.
Fine, no problem. You can make a note of my number.
Actually, sir, I want to join and listen, but situation is that I am there or not. It's not confirmed, sir.
No
So
problem.
that's why I'm.
You can make a note of my number. It is
Yes, sir.
94934.
एक pardon, sir. Pardon. हाँ, बोलिए, sir. Yes, sir.
94934
94934
80 209 9. Yes.
Sir, I am repeating that, sir. 9493 480 209.
Yeah, I request you to send me WhatsApp messages only.
Okay, sure.
Not
sir.
a call,
Sure.
because once I see the message and I understand your query, I will only call you back.
Yeah. Okay, sure, sir. No problem, sir.
సార్ నా పేరు ధీరజ్ సార్.
ధీరజ్ గారు చెప్పండి.
అది ఇందాక కాన్షియస్నెస్ యాక్టివేట్ అవుతుంది అన్నారు కదా సార్, అంటే అది సపరేట్ పర్సనాలిటీ లేదా సపరేట్ బిహేవియర్ లాగా కాన్షియస్నెస్ డియాక్టివేట్ అయితే మళ్ళీ అన్కాన్షియస్ యాక్టివేట్ అవటం, లేకపోతే ఇట్లా జరుగుతుందా సార్ అది?
ఎస్, ఇక్కడ ఏంటవుతుంది అంటే ఓన్లీ కాన్షియస్నెస్. ఆల్ అవర్ స్పిరిచువల్ థియరీస్ say that there is only one thing called as consciousness. That is the reason they claim it as aham brahmasmi. That means I am the Brahman. I am the pure consciousness, Satchit Ananda. The only problem is, we have to clear it off. Clear all the cobweb that is there above the consciousness. అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఉన్నదే కాన్షియస్నెస్ కాబట్టి వీఆర్ సపోజ్ టు డిస్కవర్ ఇట్. సో అది ఎప్పుడు డిస్కవర్ చేస్తామంటే వెరీ సింపుల్, మనకి చాలా హింట్స్ తెలిసిపోతూ ఉంటాయి, మనకి చాలా బాగా సిమ్టమ్స్ తెలిసిపోతూ ఉంటాయి. మీరు ఒక దగ్గర మీరు ఎవ్రీడే బిజీ స్కెడ్యూల్స్ నుంచి కొంచెం తప్పించుకొని ఒక ఐసోలేటెడ్ ప్లేస్కి వెళ్ళి ఏ ఇష్యూస్ లేకుండాను మీరు నేచర్ని మీరు చూడడం మొదలు పెట్టారనుకోండి, ఆ నేచర్లోనే అబ్జార్బ్ అయ్యారనుకోండి, సో there will not be two, there is only one. So you are part of the nature is part of you. Okay, so
yes, sir, right.
Which means that there is something called as consciousness that is evoked in us, okay, which is enjoying the blissful nature. Okay, yes, so there is no identity of you when you are enjoying that blissfulness, so the ego is lost. So you do not have any identity of yourself, you do not have any labels, there is no Ravi Khan, there is no deputy director, there is no psychologist, there is nothing. I am with nature, nature is with me.
Okay, sir.
So there where you find the consciousness in its highest form. Okay, so that form, if at all it is taken many a times, if at all it is habituated, it has to be projected in our everyday lives. So మన everyday life అంటే even though we are busy, nothing is disturbing inside us.
Okay, sir.
So that is what is called as detachment. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ యాజ్ డిటాచ్మెంట్ అంటే ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే అవాయిడ్ చేయడం కాదు, అవాయిడ్ చేయకుండాను అది డిస్టర్బ్ అవ్వకపోవడం అనమాట.
ఓకే సార్.
సో దానికి మనం ఏమో ఎక్సర్సైజ్ చేయాలి. ద బెస్ట్ వే టు ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఇస్ టు మెడిటేట్ టు గో బ్యాక్ టు ద సోర్స్. SOURCE సోర్స్.
అంటే ఇక్కడ మనం కాన్షియస్నెస్ ని అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏది చేసినా కాన్షియస్ గా చేస్తామనే ఆ మోడ్ లో ఉంటాం కదా సార్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నా కాన్షియస్నెస్ లో నేను చేసేది అవుట్ సైడ్ వరల్డ్ లో నెగిటివ్ గా రిప్రజెంట్ అవ్వచ్చు. సో నా కాన్షియస్నెస్ అనేది ఒక 10 మంది పాయింట్ లో ఉంటాయి కానీ ఇప్పుడు లేకపోతే దిశ కేసు కానీ అవన్నీ తీసుకుంటే సార్, ఇప్పుడు తనది అన్కాన్షియస్ థాట్స్ అని అనుకోవచ్చా మనం? అంటే వాళ్ళు అలా బిహేవ్ చేయటం.
Yeah, obviously they can mostly be unconscious only. They are not conscious about what they are doing.
వాళ్ళు అన్కాన్షియస్ అని మనకు తెలుస్తుంది కానీ వాళ్ళు కాన్షియస్ అని అనుకునే ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుందా సార్?
Yes, వాళ్ళు కాన్షియస్ గానే చేస్తున్నారు కదా.
ఓకే సార్.
వాళ్ళు they are very much conscious about what they are doing. So the problem is, what is the definition of consciousness and what is the definition of unconsciousness? ఇది ప్రాబ్లం ఇక్కడ మనకి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ స్పిరిచువాలిటీ అంటే చేతులు మనం జోడించి కళ్ళు మూసుకొని పైకి మనం చూడడాన్ని స్పిరిచువాలిటీ అని డిఫైన్ చేస్తారు జనరల్ గాను. కానీ ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటి అనేసరంటే మనం చేతులు జోడించి కళ్ళు మూసుకొని లోపల వరల్డ్ని చూడడమే స్పిరిచువాలిటీ అంటాను నేను. సో పీపుల్ జనరలీ డిఫైన్ స్పిరిచువాలిటీ ఇన్ డిఫరెంట్ వేస్, బట్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ వాట్ ఈస్ ద అండర్స్టాండింగ్, దట్ ఈస్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఇక్కడ కాన్షియస్నెస్ అంటే ఏంటంటే నాకు తెలిసి నేను ఏం చేస్తున్నాను, నేను ఆ లారీ డ్రైవర్స్ తెలుసు వాళ్ళు రేప్ చేస్తున్నారు అనే విషయం తెలుసు, దాన్ని కాన్షియస్నెస్ అనం మనం. దాన్ని ఏమంటాం అనేసి అంటే ఇర్రాషనాలిటీ అంటాం మనం. సో ఇర్రాషనల్ గా వాళ్ళు చేసిన పని వాళ్ళు చెప్పుకోవడాన్ని ఏమంటారు, నాన్సెన్స్ అంటారు. సో కాన్షియస్నెస్ అంటే ఏంటంటే ఎరుక, తెలుగులోని మనం ఎరుక అంటాం. ఎరుక అంటే ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే నేను కాదు, నేను కాకుండా ఒకటి ఉన్నది, అది అన్నిటినీ అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తున్నది, అది ఎఫెక్ట్ అవ్వకుండా ఉంటున్నది, దానికంటూ ఒక పేరు పెట్టుకొని నేను యాక్టివిటీస్ చేస్తున్నాను అని గ్రహించడాన్ని కాన్షియస్నెస్ అంటారు. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద సుప్రీం ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ కాన్షియస్నెస్.
రవికాంత్ గారు ఒకసారి ఈద్ గురించి ఈగో గురించి క్లియర్ గా చెప్పరు ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ? ఆ 3 words గురించి సింపుల్ డెఫినేషన్స్.
ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కింద చెప్పేస్తాను సో దట్ ఈజీ అయిపోతుంది. నేను మీకు కనబడుతున్నానా సార్?
లేదండి, మీరు వీడియో ఆఫ్ చేశారు, జస్ట్ స్క్రీన్ కనబడుతుంది అంతే, షేర్ స్క్రీన్ కనబడుతుంది.
ఓకే ఫైన్, ఎందుకంటే దాన్ని ఇప్పుడు డిస్టర్బ్ చేయదలుచుకోలేదు. డిస్టర్బ్ చేశారంటే మళ్ళీ రావడం కష్టమైపోతుంది.
పర్లేదులేండి.
సరే, ఈగో సూపర్ ఈగో. ఇప్పుడు మనం చిన్నపిల్లల్ని మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటాం, కొంతమందిని ఆడుకుంటున్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తూ ఉంటారంటే సిగరెట్ తాగే విధంగా వాళ్ళేమో చిన్న చిన్న కట్టి కర్రల్ని కట్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళు సిగరెట్ తాగుతున్నట్లేమో వాళ్ళేమో మనకి యాక్షన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తారా మీరు? వాళ్ళు ఫీల్ అవుతుంటారు. మనం కూడా చిన్నప్పుడు చేసాం, అది
అవును
చేసాం, గుర్తున్నదా సార్?
చేసాం కాదనట్లేదు.
నేను మిమ్మల్ని తప్పు పట్టడం లేదు, నేను కూడా చేస్తానని చెప్తున్నాను.
నో ప్రాబ్లం అండి, నో ప్రాబ్లం.
సో
పొయ్యి దగ్గర పుల్లలు
మనం పట్టుకొని
లాగుతా ఉంటాం కదా, సాంబ్రాణి పుల్ల గాని అగ్గి పుల్ల.
ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ మనం అది ఎందుకు చేస్తున్నాము అనేసి అంటే సాంబ్రాన్ని లేకపోతేనేమో పొయ్యి దగ్గర ఉండే పొగని మనం కట్టి కర్ర పుల్లతోని మనం ఎందుకు వెలిగించాలి అంటే సాంబ్రాన్ని అలా వెలిగించాలా? కాదు. అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఎక్కడో ఎవరో సిగరెట్ ఏమో తాగడం మనం చూసి అలా తాగచ్చా లేదా, తాగితే ఏమో పెద్దవాళ్ళు ఇలా అనుకుంటారు కదా, మనని దెబ్బలాడతారు, కొడతారు, తిడతారు అనేసి చేస్తారు. కాబట్టి ఎలాగో ఒకలాగా ఆ పర్టికులర్ డిజైర్ మనమేమో ఫీల్ చేసి ఎలాగైనా దాన్ని నెరవేర్చుకోవాలని చూస్తుంటాం. మనం నెరవేర్చుకోవాలని చూసి వాట్ ఈస్ ద రైట్ వే ఆఫ్ డూయింగ్ ఇట్. సూపర్ ఈగో మనకి ఏం చెప్తుంది అనేసరంటే ఒరే కట్టిక్కర పట్టుకొని పొయ్యి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి నువ్వేమో దాన్ని అలా పీల్చి దాన్ని వదిలేయి, నీకు సిగరెట్ తాగినట్లు ఉంటుంది, నీ డిజైర్ తీరినట్లు ఉంటుంది. అలా కాదని నువ్వు ఎక్కడో ఎవరో చుట్టేమో వెలిగించింది పడేస్తుంది, నువ్వు తీసుకొని తాగేవనేసరంటే అది నీ ఎఫెక్ట్ ఇస్తుంది. నిన్ను ఎవరైనా చూసారనేసంటే మళ్ళీనేమో పేరెంట్ వాళ్ళేమో చూస్తారు, చూస్తే మళ్ళీ నిన్నేమో దెబ్బలాడతారు, తిడతారు, కొడతారు అనేసి ఈగో ఏం చేస్తుంది అనేసరంటే ఈ ఇడ్ తలక డిజైర్ని సూపర్ ఈగో తలక నార్మ్స్ని మధ్యవర్తిత్వంగా ఉండి అది సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది అనమాట. అక్కడ you're able to understand.
ఎస్ అండి, అర్థమైంది.
యా, సో ఇక్కడ అందు గురించి ఏంటంటే మనకు అక్కడ చాలా పవర్ఫుల్ ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే సూపర్ ఈగో వైపు మన పర్సనాలిటీ వెళ్ళిపోకూడదు, అలా ఎద్దు వైపు కూడా మన పర్సనాలిటీ వెళ్ళిపోకుండా కూడాను మనం జాగ్రత్తగా గమనించుకుంటూ ఉండాలి మన పర్సనాలిటీ ఎటువైపు వెళ్తున్నది అనేసి. అందువల్ల మనం ఏం చేయాలి అంటే ఈగోని మనం స్ట్రాంగ్ చేసుకోవాలి. స్ట్రాంగ్ చేసుకోవడం అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఈగో అంటే నా ఉద్దేశం ప్రకారంగాను రేషనాలిటీని ఎక్కువగా పెంపొందించుకోవాలి. రేషనాలిటీ అంటే ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే సీ ద థింగ్స్ యాజ్ దే ఆర్ అండ్ నాట్ యాజ్ యూ లైక్ అనేసి మనకి స్టీఫెన్ కోవీ 7 హ్యాబిట్స్ ఆఫ్ హైలీ సక్సెస్ఫుల్ పీపుల్ అనేసి ఏదో ఉన్నట్లుంది. 7 హ్యాబిట్స్ ఆఫ్ హైలీ సక్సెస్ఫుల్ పీపుల్. సో దాంట్లోని సీ ద థింగ్స్ యాజ్ దే ఆర్ అండ్ నాట్ యాజ్ యూ లైక్. మనం ఎప్పుడైనా ఏదైనా విషయాన్ని మనం చూస్తున్న సందర్భంలో ఆ విషయం ఎలాగున్నదో ఉండే విధానాన్ని నువ్వు పరిశీలించు తప్ప నీకు నచ్చిన విధంగాను ఆ పర్టికులర్ ఇన్సిడెంట్ ని నువ్వు గాని తీసుకుంటే అప్పుడు నువ్వు బయాస్డ్ గా డెసిషన్స్ తీసుకునే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అందువల్ల ట్రై టు బి ఈక్విడిస్టెంట్ ఫ్రమ్ యువర్ biases and prejudices. See the things as they are and not as you like. సో అది ఎలా వస్తుంది సార్ మనకి ఆ ఒరిజినాలిటీ కానీ లేకపోతే ఆ బ్యాలెన్స్ ఆఫ్ మైండ్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ ఎలా వస్తాయి సార్ అంటే there are 2 ways of getting that particular balance of mind or state of mind which is equidistant from biases and prejudices. అవి ఎలా వస్తుంది అని సార్ అంటే how much time are we spending to meditation, how much time are we spending to read the best biographies of our countrymen.
Okay.
The entire wealth of information about human civilization is in the past, not just in the recent past but also in the remote past. Recent past ఏ కాకుండా రిమోట్ పాస్ట్ లో కూడాను చాలా ఎక్కువ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఉన్నది. ఎప్పుడైతే మన ఆ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఒరిజినల్ సోర్సెస్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ లోకి వెళ్ళి మనం అప్పుడు జరిగిన సంఘటనలు కానీ మనం తెలుసుకోవడం మొదలుపెట్టామో అప్పుడు ఏంటవుతుంది అంటే ఒక బ్యాలెన్స్ ఆఫ్ మైండ్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఒక స్టేట్ ఆఫ్ మైండ్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఒక ప్రాబ్లం అంటే ఏంటి అనే విషయం మనం తెలుసుకొని వాళ్ళు ఆ టైంలో ఇలా డీల్ చేశారు కదా, మనకు వచ్చే ప్రాబ్లం ఎంతవరకు ప్రాబ్లం. లెట్ us take an example, బాల గంగాధర్ తిలక్, బీజీ తిలక్. ఓకే, నా బాల గంగాధర్ తిలక్ గురించి మనం మాట్లాడుకోవాలి అనేసి అంటే వీ హ్యావ్ టు థింక్ అబౌట్ ద టైమ్ దట్ హీ హ్యాస్ లివ్డ్ ఇన్ దట్ కాలాపాని టైమ్, కాలాపాని ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. ఎక్కడది? బర్మాలోని. ఇప్పుడైతే మనం బర్మా అంటున్నాం, అప్పుడు అనేవాళ్ళం అది జైల్స్ అనేవాళ్ళం కదా, సెల్యులార్ జైల్స్ అనేవాళ్ళం. ఏంటది? అండమాన్ అండ్ నికోబార్ ఐలాండ్స్ లోని సెల్యులార్ జైల్స్ లోని బాల్ గంగాధర్ తిలక్ స్పెండ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్. ఆ పర్టికులర్ అతను స్పెండ్ చేసే రూమ్ ఎలా ఉండేది అనేసి అంటే చాలా చిన్న రూము, దానికి ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే ఒక సరైన సదుపాయాలు లేకుండా ఉండేదన్నమాట. ఎందువల్ల అనేసి అంటే బ్రిటిషర్స్ ఏమనుకునేవారు అనేసి అంటే ఇలాంటి పీపుల్ కానీ ఇండియాలో ఉన్నారు అనేసి అంటే దే విల్ హ్యావ్ ఎ వెరీ బిగ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆన్ ఇండియన్స్ అండ్ దెన్ ఇండియన్స్ విల్ బేసిక్లీ టేక్ ద ఓనర్షిప్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎంటైర్ ఇండియా. అందు గురించి ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా మనం కాలాపాని అక్కడ సెల్యులార్ జైల్స్ లో పెట్టేద్దాము అనేసి వాళ్ళు డిసైడ్ అయ్యారు. దట్ ఈస్ హౌ వీర్ సావర్కర్ వర్ ఆల్ బేసికలీ పుట్ ఇన్ టు అనమాట ఇన్ సెల్యులార్ జైల్స్. ఆ సెల్యులార్ జైల్స్ లోని ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ హీట్ కండిషన్స్ ఉండేవి, ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ కోల్డ్ కండిషన్స్ ఉండేవి. వర్షం పడింది అనేసి అంటే ఆ సెల్యులార్ జైల్లో ఉండే ప్లేస్ అంతా కూడా తడిసి ముద్ద అయిపోయేది అనమాట. పర్సన్ తలక పర్సనాలిటీ ఎంత ఉండేది అనేసి అంటే 6x4 అని మనం పెట్టుకుంటే ఆ 6x4 లోని ఒక హాఫ్ అంటే థైస్ వరకు వాటర్ ఏమో చేరిపోతే ఆ రాత్రి పూట థైస్ వరకు చేరిపోయిన వాటర్ లోని తను రాత్రంతా గడిపి ఆ వాటర్ లోని ఉండే జమ్స్ కానీ క్రిములు కీటకాలు తన బాడీనేమో చాలా ఇబ్బంది పెట్టేస్తూ ఉన్నా కూడాను ఆ పర్టికులర్ జైల్స్ లోని ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ హీట్ కోల్డ్ కండిషన్స్ తట్టుకొని భగవద్గీత భాష్యాన్ని రచించిన వ్యక్తి బాల గంగాధర్ తిలక్. ఆయన ఎన్ని పుస్తకాలు చదివాడు అనేసి మోర్ దాన్ 500 బుక్స్ హీ హ్యాస్ స్టడీడ్ వైల్ హీ వాజ్ ఇన్ సెల్యులార్ జైల్. సో ఇక్కడ రిలీజియన్ అనేది పక్కన పెడితే, రిలీజియన్ భగవద్గీత చదివేరా, బైబిల్ చదివేరా, ఖురాన్ చదివేరా అని పక్కన పెడితే మోర్ దెన్ 500 బుక్స్ ఆయన సెల్యులార్ జైల్లోని ఒక్క పెసరు యాజిటేషన్ లేకుండాను, నాకేంటి ఇలాంటి పరిసరాల్లో నేను ఉంటున్నాను అనేసి సూసైడ్ కూడా చేసుకోకుండాను, ఆయన చదివిన ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అన్నీ కూడాను మైండ్లో జాగ్రత్తగా ఉంచుకొని ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ ఎవరైనా ఖైదీలనేమో వదిలేస్తూ ఉంటే వాళ్ళతో ఏంటంటే మాట్లాడుకొని నేను ఇవన్నీ తను నేర్చుకున్నవన్నీ షేర్ చేసుకుంటే ఆ షేర్ చేసుకునే ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అన్ని కూడాను విడుదలైన ఖైదీ బయటకేమో చెప్తే వాళ్ళ ద్వారా వచ్చిన బుక్సే మనం చదువుకుంటున్నాం అనమాట ఇప్పుడు. సో ఇఫ్ యూ గో ఇన్ టు ద పాస్ట్ అండ్ పీక్ into the lives of great people or great personalities, then we will understand what best a personality can evolve as. సో హైయెస్ట్ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ పర్సనాలిటీ అన్నీ కూడా ఇది వరకు జరిగిందనమాట. అవన్నీ మనం ఒకసారి చూసుకుంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ కాలింగ్ బెల్ టు అవర్ ఓన్ పర్సనాలిటీ. ఎందువల్లంటే ఇప్పుడుండే లైఫ్స్లో మనం చూసుకుంటే అలాంటిది మనం చాలా రేర్గా ఎక్కడెక్కడో చూస్తూ ఉంటాం అనమాట. అప్పుడైతే మనం చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉన్నది ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ లాగా. So that is the reason, be to yourself, spend more time to yourself, be in meditative state of mind at least once in a week, Monday to Sunday loni, oka 1 day loni, oka 1 hour to modalupetti 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours without speaking, try to be to yourself, so that originality will be reflected in you anamata. ఎప్పుడైతే ఒరిజినాలిటీ వచ్చిందో ఈ పుస్తకాల్లో వచ్చిందల్లా కూడా మీకు ఆల్రెడీ తెలిసిందే అనిపిస్తుంది తప్ప మీరేమో కొత్తగా నేర్చుకున్నది అని మాత్రం మీకు ఎప్పుడూ అనిపించదు. బికాస్ somebody has rightly said, Swami Vivekananda has rightly said that you cannot teach any person anything. It is already there in the person. What we are trying to do is we are trying to discover what we already know about it. అనే విషయం ఆయన చెప్పారనమాట. అందువల్ల ఏంటి అనేసంటే whatever we read, it is only an indication that we already know about it. We are trying to remember what we have already known in the textbooks అన్నమాట. Understood?
Yes, sir. Thank
That
you.
was very clear. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
సార్ ఈ అన్బయాస్డ్ థింకింగ్, బయాస్డ్ థింకింగ్, లేకపోతే రేషనల్ ఇర్రేషనాలిటీ ఇవన్నీ కాన్షియస్నెస్ లో పార్ట్ సార్, లేకపోతే ఇవి కాన్షియస్నెస్ అపార్ట్ గా అవి రన్ అవుతాయి సార్?
ఇవన్నీ ఎలా ఉంటాయంటేనండి, మనం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక వాటర్లోని మనం సాల్ట్ మిక్స్ చేసుకున్నాం అనుకోండి, ఇప్పుడు సాల్టే ఉన్నది వాటర్ లేదు అని అనగలుగుతామా? లేకపోతే వాటర్ లేదు సాల్టే ఉన్నదని అనగలుగుతామా? సో ఇట్ ఈస్ దేర్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇన్ సైడ్. సో ద పాయింట్ ఈస్, ఒక హంస ఎలాగైతే మిల్క్ని వాటర్ని ఎలాగైతే విడదీయగలుగుతుందో అలాగా మనం వీఆర్ సపోజ్ టు బేసికలీ సీ ఇన్ అవర్ సెల్స్, identify the gaps in ourselves and ensure that we are trying to refine our own ecosystem or our own gaps in such a way that these gaps are minimized and we are more confident about the way we are looking at things. ఇది వరకు నాకు ఉండే పర్స్పెక్టివ్ తర్వాత వచ్చే పర్స్పెక్టివ్ లోని చాలా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంది. లెట్ us take an example. నా పర్సనల్ లైఫ్ లో నేను చూస్తున్నాను అనేసి అంటే how I changed my way of thinking. I was eccentric అనేసి అంటే I used to be very in extremes. చాలా short tempered person. People never liked me in my family. They used to always label me, the way I talk, the way I respond, the way I behave in my family. All these things happened while I was doing my job also. So ఓవర్ ఏ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైం మన సైకాలజీలో ఒక ప్రిన్సిపల్ ఉన్నది. అదేంటి అంటే వెదర్ ద డెవలప్మెంట్ ఈస్ కంటిన్యూస్ ఆర్ వెదర్ ద డెవలప్మెంట్ ఈస్ డిస్కంటిన్యూయస్. కంటిన్యూస్ అనేసి అంటే ఏ హిండ్రన్సెస్ లేకుండాను ఒక మనిషి గ్రోత్ అనేది చాలా స్మూత్ గా వెళ్ళిపోతుంటే దాన్ని కంటిన్యూస్ గ్రోత్ అంటారు. అలా కాకుండాను కొంతమంది డెవలప్మెంటల్ సైకాలజిస్టులు ఏమంటారు అనేసి అంటే కొన్ని స్టేజెస్లోని కొన్ని ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ వల్ల మనిషి తలక డెవలప్మెంట్ కూడా చేంజ్ అవుతుంది అనేది కూడా ఉన్నదన్నమాట. సో మై లైఫ్ వాజ్ డిస్కంటిన్యూయస్. సో విచ్ మీన్స్ దట్ ఈవెన్ దో దేర్ ఆర్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ disturbances or distractions that have happened because of the choices that I have made in my life, at one point of time, after reading books of Jiddu Krishnamurti, he is a great original thinker India has ever produced, apart from Albert Einstein. మన అదృష్టం ఏంటంటే ఆయన మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్కి సంబంధించిన పర్సన్. మన మదనపల్లి నుంచి ఆయన రిప్రజెంట్ చేశారు ప్రపంచాన్ని. వరల్డ్ టీచర్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ని ఆయన ఫౌండర్గా, అదే ఆయన ప్రెసిడెంట్గా ఉండి, ఆ తర్వాత హీ లెఫ్ట్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ వరల్డ్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఆల్సో అండ్ హీ స్టార్టెడ్ లివింగ్ హిస్ ఓన్ లైఫ్. సో హీ వెంట్ pillar to post, length and breadth of the world, and tried to express his ideas to the entire world about the originality, the original substance in us. మన లైఫ్లో అన్ని విషయాల గురించి ఆయనేమో చాలా ఓపెన్గా చెప్పారు. వాటి అన్ని యొక్క సారాంశం అంతా యూట్యూబ్లోని వీడియోస్ ఉన్నాయి మనకి. జిడ్డు కృష్ణమూర్తి అని మనం కానీ టైప్ చేస్తామనేసి అంటే ఆయన తాలూకా లైవ్ మనం చూడగలుగుతాం. లైవ్ అంటే ఆయన్ని మనం పర్సనల్గా చూసి ఆయన మాట్లాడే విధానం, ఆయన ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేసే వర్డ్స్ కానీ, ఆయన చెప్పే మాటలు కానీ, ఆయన తత్వం కానీ అంతా మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది అనమాట. సో హీ సెడ్ ట్రూత్ ఈజ్ ఎ పాత్లెస్ ల్యాండ్ అని చెప్పారనమాట.
ఓకే సార్, అది ఇంకోటి అన్బయాస్డ్ థింకింగ్, బయాస్డ్ థింకింగ్ అని చెప్పారు కదా సార్. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను అన్బయాస్డ్గా థింక్ చేస్తున్నాను అంటే నా అవుట్ సైడ్ వరల్డ్ న్యూట్రల్గా చేసి కేవలం నా మోటివేషన్స్ని కన్సిడర్ చేస్తే నాకు ఒక ఎమోషన్ పుట్టి నేను యాక్ట్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తున్నాను. సో దీనిలో నా మోటివేషన్ అనేది బయాస్డ్గా తీసుకున్నాను. సో అసలు అన్బయాస్డ్ థింకింగ్ అనేది అబ్సల్యూట్గా ఉంటుందా సార్?
యా, అన్బయాస్డ్ థింకింగ్ అబ్సల్యూట్గా ఉంటుంది. ఎలా ఉంటుంది అంటే, ఇఫ్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లెట్ us టేక్ an ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇప్పుడు నేను వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను, నేను వర్కింగ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో ఉన్నాను. వర్కింగ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో ఉండేటప్పుడు నాకంటూ కొన్ని ఫీలింగ్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఏంటి అంటే, నాకు ఎవరైనా కొలీగ్ ఎవరైనా వస్తే ఆ కొలీగ్ మేల్ అయి ఉంటే పర్వాలేదు, ఫీమేల్ అయితే మళ్ళీ నాకు కొన్ని ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటాయి అని నేను ముందుగుండా పెట్టినాను అనుకోండి, దాన్ని ప్రెజుడైజ్ అంటారనమాట. ప్రెజుడైజ్, డిస్క్రిమినేషన్. ఓకే, ఇలా ఉంటాయి. వీళ్ళైతేనే బెటరు, వాళ్ళైతే చాలా కష్టం అనేసి నేను పెట్టుకున్నాను అనుకోండి. సో నేను ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి? ఐ హ్యావ్ టు ట్రాన్సెండ్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ స్టేజ్. ట్రాన్సెండ్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ స్టేజ్ అంటే ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే, ఇప్పుడు ఫీమేల్ ఆర్ నాట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్, ఓన్లీ మేల్ ఆర్ ఎఫెక్టివ్ అనే ఒక బయాస్ నాకు ఒకవేళ ఉన్నది అంటే, దాని నుంచి నేను రావాలి అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ఐ నీడ్ టు డూ సమ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఆన్ ఇట్. Now what is that I am supposed to do? అంటే I cannot do any kind of action. I have to basically be involved in understanding the role and importance of a woman in the workplace. So అలాంటి ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ నేను చూడాలి. అలాంటి చూసిన తర్వాత లెట్ మీ హ్యావ్ ఏ న్యూట్రల్ యాటిట్యూడ్. ఫైన్, నాకంటూ ఒకవేళ కానీ భేదాభిప్రాయం ఉన్నా కూడాను, లెట్ మీ ఇన్వైట్ ఎనీబడి ఫ్రమ్ ఎనీ జెండర్ to work with me. If at all it is a female gender, let me have it. Let me accept things as they are. Let me not choose anything out of my judgments.
Yes.
Let us take it. So తీసుకున్న తర్వాత, డెసిషన్ తీసుకున్న తర్వాత, if at all a female partner is there with me, working with me, even though I don't like, there are tendencies, natural గా నాలో టెండెన్సీస్ ఏముంటాయని అంటే, కొంచెం I may feel uneasy, distracted, demotivated, నేను కొంచెం అవాయిడ్ చేయొచ్చు. They're all part of understanding. మళ్ళీను
ఓకే సార్.
ఈ అన్ఈజీనెస్, ఈ డిస్ట్రాక్షన్స్ వస్తున్నప్పుడు కూడాను మిమ్మల్ని మీరు గమనించుకోగలుగుతున్నారా? నాకు అన్ఈజీనెస్ గా ఉంది, నాకు డిస్ట్రాక్షన్స్ అవుతున్నాయి, నాకు నచ్చట్లేదు ఉండడానికి అని మిమ్మల్ని మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకోగలుగుతున్నారా?
ఎస్ సార్. అవును సార్.
మీరు అలాగా అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటే దెన్ యు ఆర్ ఇన్ టు కాన్షియస్నెస్ స్టేజ్ వేర్ యూ విల్ లూజ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ టెండెన్సీస్ అండ్ you will be safe, you will be free over a period of time. అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకోకుండాను ఆ డిస్ట్రాక్షన్స్ తో పాటు మీరు వెళ్ళిపోతూ ఉంటే అప్పుడు ఏంటవుతుంది అంటే, యు ఆర్ గోయింగ్ బ్యాక్ టు యువర్ ఓల్డ్ టెండెన్సీస్. బట్ యు ఆర్ స్పీక్ టు యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ టు హూమ్ దిస్ ఈస్ బీయింగ్ ఎఫెక్టెడ్. యు ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. సో అది కాన్షియస్నెస్ అన్నమాట. నాకు కొంచెం ఇబ్బందికరంగా ఉన్నదనేసి మిమ్మల్ని మీరు అనుకుంటున్నారా, గ్రహిస్తున్నారా? ఎప్పుడైతే మనం ఎప్పటికప్పుడు మనం అలా అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటే అప్పుడు ఎవరికి ప్రాబ్లము అని అంటే there is no answer at all. Ramana Maharshi said, you ask a question, immediately the thought will disappear. As long as we don't ask a question, the thought will be there. If you ask a question to whom this problem is, the thought will disappear. You're able to understand. So it will not disappear immediately, but with what intention we are asking this question. And how many times we have asked this question. So it has to become a habit. Over a period of time, these things will disappear.
Yeah.
Because for example, Lord Buddha, ఆయన మెడిటేషన్ ఏమో చేసిన తర్వాత మీరేమో ఇలా ఉండాలి, అలా చేయాలి అని చెప్పి చైనీస్కి, మళ్ళీ నేపాల్ వాళ్ళకినేమో డిసైపుల్స్ ఎన్ని మాన్స్టరీస్ ఎన్ని తీసుకొచ్చినా కూడాను, he himself that it has taken more than 300 births for him in order to be in this particular position. So it is a habit we are supposed to cultivate. What better idea in order to cultivate in this particular life?
అంటే ఇప్పుడు నేను తీసుకున్న అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు ఇలా అన్నారు కదా సార్, నేను ఒక కొలీగ్లో ఉంటే అతను ఒక థాట్ వచ్చింది ఇలా ఆ బయాస్ అని, నేనేమంటే ఆ బయాస్లో కూడా నా బయాస్ అని ఉంది, నా ఇష్టము అనేది ఉంది. నేను ఇష్టపడ్డాను కాబట్టే ఒక చోట వెళ్ళి ఉద్యోగం చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తున్నాను, లేకపోతే పలానా ఇత్తిందా ఉంటాయి. నా బయాస్ అనేది ఉన్నప్పుడు అందులో నేను అది అన్బయాస్ అని ఎలా అనగలను అనేది నా క్వశ్చన్ సార్.
ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని బయాస్ అని ఎందుకు అనాలి? బికాస్ when we talk about bias, we are having a conflict.
Yes.
What is bias? As Jiddu Krishnamurti said, that where there is a division, there is a conflict.
Yes, sir.
You are not seeing as a division. ఇది బయాస్ అని ఎప్పుడు అంటున్నారు అంటే నీకు నచ్చిన విధంగా కాదు, నాకేం పర్వాలేదు అనే విధంగా ఉంటే అసలు ప్రాబ్లమే లేదు. నాకు ఇలా కావాలి అని అనుకుంటేనే, when there is a desire, then there is an element of conflict. When there is a desire, there is an element of division. Where there is an element of division, there is an element of conflict. అందువల్ల ఏంటి అంటే ఫైన్, లెట్ థింగ్స్ హ్యాపెన్, నో ప్రాబ్లం, జరగాల్సింది జరుగుతుంది, వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఈస్.
సో మేము మనల్ని కూడా కేర్ చేయకుండా అలా మాట్లాడతాం.
మనం కేర్ చేయకుండా అనేసి అంటే లెట్ us be neutral.
యా, ఓకే సార్.
when we say మనం కేర్ చేయకుండా అంటే when we are using some words we have to be very careful. కేర్ చేయకుండా అంటే కేర్లెస్నెస్ మళ్ళీ ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది. అందు గురించి చాలా కేర్ఫుల్ గా ఉండాలన్నమాట. మనం యూజ్ చేసిన వర్డ్స్ కూడా అందు గురించే మనకి పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ అనేసి ఒకటి ఉన్నది. ఇట్ ఈస్ అ స్ట్రీమ్ ఆఫ్ సైకాలజీ వేర్ జనరల్ గా సైకాలజీ అంటే అందరూ ఏమనుకుంటారు అనేసి అంటే చాలా ఇబ్బంది పడుతూ ఉంటారు. ఏంటంటే సైకాలజీ అంటే బాబోయ్ సైకలాజికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ సైకాలజీ నేర్చుకుంటారా అనేసి. You understood?
Yes sir.
You know, నా ఏజ్ లో ఉండే నా ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరూ కూడాను సాఫ్ట్వేర్ కంపెనీస్ లోని లేకపోతే FMCG కంపెనీస్ లోని అసిస్టెంట్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్స్ గా ఉంటున్నారు ఇప్పుడు నా ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరూ కూడా, నా వాట్సాప్ గ్రూప్ లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా. నేను ఒక్కడిని ఐఎమ్ దేర్ ఇన్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ టీచింగ్ అన్నమాట, ఎర్నింగ్ వెరీ వెరీ మినిమమ్ అమౌంట్ యాజ్ కంపేర్డ్ టు దెమ్. సో దెర్ ఇస్ నో కంపారిజన్ ఎట్ ఆల్. అవుట్ ఆఫ్ చాయిస్ ఐ కేమ్ ఇన్ టు దిస్ పర్టికులర్ ప్రొఫెషన్. సో మా ఫాదర్ వాళ్ళు మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ వాళ్ళ ఫాదర్స్ తో అందరితో ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు ఎవరు సన్ ఏం చేస్తున్నారని గొప్పగా చెప్పుకుంటారు కదా.
అవును సార్.
చెప్పుకుంటున్న సందర్భంలో నా గురించి వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఏమండి చక్రధర గారు మీ అబ్బాయి ఏం చేస్తున్నాడండి అనేసి అంటే, మా వాడు సైకాలజీ కోర్స్ నేర్చుకుంటున్నాడండి, అక్కడ అన్నామలై యూనివర్సిటీ వెళ్ళాడండి, అక్కడ చిదంబరంలో ఉండి నేర్చుకుంటున్నాడండి అనేసి. MSc సైకాలజీ అంటే అదేంటండి అందరూ ఐటీలోకి వెళ్తుంటే మీ వాడు సైకాలజీ అని పట్టుకున్నాడు కదా అంటే, ఎందుకు సైకాలజీ పట్టుకున్నాడండి, అది ఉద్యోగం చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుంది కదండి, అదేంటి ఫుడ్ పెడుతుంది వాడికి అనేసి. ఏమోనండి వాడికి ఏవో సైకలాజికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, అందు గురించి వాడు సైకాలజీ నేర్చుకుంటున్నాడు. ఓకే, విత్ ఆల్ జోక్స్, డ్యూ రెస్పెక్ట్ అండ్ జోక్ అంతే. అంటే ఉండేది ఏంటి అంటే, బయట ఉండేది ఏంటి అంటే సైకాలజీ అని చెప్పిన వెంటనే ఏంటి అంటే పీపుల్ టేక్ ఇట్ యాజ్ అ స్టిగ్మా.
అవును సార్.
ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇంట్లో ఎవరికైనా ఎరాటిక్ గా బిహేవ్ చేస్తున్నారనుకోండి, వాళ్ళని మనం సైకాలజిస్ట్ దగ్గర తీసుకుందాం అనేసి అంటే కెన్ ద అదర్ పర్సన్ టు హూమ్ వీఆర్ రిఫరింగ్ టు విల్ చాలా హోప్ఫుల్ గా వస్తారా, ఆప్టిమిస్టిక్ గా వస్తారా? రారు. వాళ్ళు ఏమంటారంటే నాకేం మెంటల్ అనుకుంటున్నావా అనేసి అంటారు. అంటే సైకాలజిస్ట్ అంటేనే మెంటల్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ సైకాలజిస్ట్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారు అంటే అలాంటి స్టిగ్మా ఉండేటప్పుడు మనకి సైకాలజీ వైపు ఎలాగా మొగ్గు చూస్తారు. అందువల్ల ఏమైంది అనేసి అంటే సైకాలజీలో కూడాను ఇవాల్వ్ అయింది. సైకాలజీ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ హెస్ ఇవాల్వ్. సో పీపుల్ ఇన్ సైకాలజీ థాట్ డిఫరెంట్ అబౌట్ సైకాలజీ. దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్ ఐ సెడ్ టు యూ దట్ థింక్ అబౌట్ యువర్ థింకింగ్. మన ఆలోచన విధానాన్ని గురించి మనం ఆలోచించాలి అంటాను నేను. సో అందువల్ల సైకాలజీ గురించి సైకాలజిస్టులు ఆలోచించారు కాబట్టి పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ అని వచ్చింది. So positive psychology is a psychology discipline which talks about how we can enrich our life.
Okay sir.
ఇంతవరకు సైకాలజీని ఎలా చూసారు? సైకలాజికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉండే వాళ్ళకి సైకాలజీ ఎలా హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంది అన్నదైతే, బాగున్న వాళ్ళకి సైకాలజిస్ట్ అవసరం లేదనే కదా దాని అర్థం. If everything is going good in the society, does it require anybody's support? అవసరం లేదు. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లెట్ us టేక్ ఎన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. మా యూనివర్సిటీలోని నేనేమో కొన్ని మీటింగ్స్లోని ఉండేటప్పుడు నా పైన ఉండే లీడర్స్తో నేను డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు, సార్ మనకి క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఇన్పుట్ అనేది రిఫైన్డ్గా లేకపోతే మనం ఎన్ని యాక్టివిటీస్ చేసినా కూడా చాలా ఇబ్బందులు మనం ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నాం. అందు గురించి వీ హ్యావ్ టు బి వెరీ కేర్ఫుల్ అబౌట్ ద క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఇన్పుట్. ఎవరిని పడితే వాళ్ళని మనం జాయిన్ చేసుకుంటే చాలా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తాయి. డబ్బులు ఇస్తున్నారు కదా అని మనం జాయిన్ చేసుకోకూడదు అనేసి నేను ఏదో రికమెండేషన్స్ ఏవో చేశాను నేను. అప్పుడు నా పైన ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ ఏమన్నారంటే, వాళ్ళ వల్లే మనం అందరం భోజనాలు చేస్తున్నామండి, వాళ్ళే లేకపోతే ఎలాగా, అలాంటి వాళ్ళు లేకపోతే అసలు మనకి ఫుడ్డే లేదు కదా అనేసి అన్నారు. అయితే ఇప్పుడు నేనేమన్నాను అనేసానంటే, వాళ్ళు లేకపోతే మనకు ఫుడ్ లేదు అనేసి అనుకోవడం కరెక్ట్ కాదండి. అది ఒక పాయింట్ నేను ఒప్పుకుంటాను. కానీ వాళ్ళ వల్ల మంచిగా ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఏమవుతున్నారు, వాళ్ళు మనం చూసుకోగలుగుతున్నామా? ద పీపుల్ హూ ఆర్ గుడ్, వాళ్ళని ఇంకా మెరుగుపరచాలని కూడా మనం చూసుకోవాలి కదా.
అవును సార్.
బాగాలేని వాళ్ళకి మనం ఏమో యాక్టివిటీస్ ఏమో కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం, బాగున్న వాళ్ళకి మనం ఎలాంటి యాక్టివిటీస్ కండక్ట్ చేయాలి?
ఇంకా బెటర్
యాక్టివిటీస్ కండక్ట్ చేయాలి కదా.
అవును సార్.
సో అందువల్ల మనం అబ్జర్వ్ చేసామనేసి అంటే, మనం క్లాస్లోని పాఠాలు ఎలా చెప్తాము అనేసి అంటే, బాగుండేవాడు, బాగా చదివేవాడు కలక ఎబిలిటీస్ని అర్థం చేసుకోకుండా యావరేజ్గా ఉండేవాడికి అర్థమయ్యే విధంగా మనం క్లాసులు చెప్తున్నాం.
అవును సార్.
దానివల్ల ఏంటవుతుంది అనేసి అంటే, బాగా చదివేవాడు లేకపోతే ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ ఎంతూజియాస్టిక్ గా ఉండేవాడు కనుక ఆశాభావాలు ఏమవుతాయి? అందువల్ల మనకి యూపీఎస్సీ సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్ కోచింగ్ సెంటర్స్ లో కానీ, గేట్ కోచింగ్ సెంటర్స్ లో కానీ, క్యాట్ కోచింగ్ సెంటర్స్ లో కానీ ఒకే ఫ్యాకల్టీ అందరికీ ఒకేలా చెప్తున్నా కూడాను సక్సెస్ రేట్ ఎందుకు తక్కువగా ఉంటుంది అనేసనంటే, కారణం ఏంటి అనేసనంటే, చెప్పే ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఎవరిని ఉద్దేశించి చెప్తున్నాడు అన్న దాని మీద ఆధారపడి ఉంది.
ఓకే సార్.
So fine. So is everybody present?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think everybody has taken break except the speaker.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So you're all back on the track. ఇప్పటి నుంచి కొంచెం ఇన్ఫర్మేటివ్గా వెళ్తుంది. ఇంతవరకు నేనేమో ఇంట్రడక్షన్ అసలు ఈ స్లైడ్స్లో ఉన్నదానికన్నా తెలియని ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ లేకపోతే తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన అనుకున్న ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇచ్చాను నేను. లెట్ us see some information that is from information taking only. ఎందుకంటే నాలెడ్జ్ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే రెండు రకాలుగా ఉంటుంది. ఒకటి ఏదైతే మనం కంపల్సరీగా తెలుసుకోవాలో, ఇంకోటి మనం అవగాహన చేసుకోవాలో. అవగాహన చేసుకోవాల్సింది డైరెక్ట్ గా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ రూపంలో ఉండదు, మనం తెలుసుకోవాలన్నమాట. అది మనం వెతికి తెలుసుకోవాలి, అర్థం చేసుకొని తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఇంకొకటి డైరెక్ట్ గా ఉన్నదే మనం చూసి అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఉన్నదే చూసి అర్థం చేసుకునే దాన్ని ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అంటాను నేను. సో దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఐ ట్రైంగ్ టు ప్రెజెంట్ టు యూ ఇన్ ఫ్రంట్ ఆఫ్ యూ. సో లెట్ us see లైఫ్ స్పాన్ సైకాలజీ ఫ్రమ్ ద హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ చైల్డ్ రేరింగ్. మిడిల్ ఏజెస్ లో ఎలాగున్నది, 800 to 1300s మనకి రిసెర్చ్ అంతా ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చింది అనేసి అంటే యూరోప్ నుంచే వచ్చింది. We have not done any kind of research in India. Indians are poor researchers. ఇండియన్స్ ఏంటి అని గొప్పతనం ఏంటంటే, ఇండియాలో గొప్పతనం ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే, చాలా మటుకు మంచి తెలివైన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడాను వాళ్ళు ఏదైతే చేస్తారో ఎవరికి చెప్పరు. వాళ్ళు చేసి వాళ్ళ పని ఏదో అయిపోయిన తర్వాత వదిలేస్తారు. కానీ ఇండియా తాలూకా గొప్పతనం గురించి యూరోపియన్స్ అందరూ కూడాను రీసెర్చ్ చేసి మనకి రిపోర్ట్స్ అందిస్తూ ఉంటారు. మీరు ఇంత గొప్ప.
Pardon, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that Indians, never document the good about themselves.
Sir, actually I understand only English, na sir. That's why I'm saying.
No, I apologize that.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
No, I apologize for that.
Actually, I am from Chhattisgarh, Bhilai.
Yeah,
that's why I don't know your language. I only know English. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. So I'm trying to say that Indians are poor in documenting their greatness, and because they never believe in promoting about themselves. So everything is known or discovered by Europeans. So that is how they have discovered India also, and the greatness of India. So all the research about India is actually done by Europeans. If at all I have to bring out some names called as Max Mueller. I do not know how many of you heard about this person called as Max Mueller. He has written wonderful works about India and the greatness about Indians. He is the first person who has translated Rig Veda into European languages. Rig Veda. In fact, he has been identified by British and then asked him to come to India to understand the culture of India, because Britishers want to ensure that there should be somebody from British administration who should be the color of Indians but the heart of Britishers. Who should be the color of Indians but the heart of Britishers. So that is the reason they have identified some people who are called as Indologists or historians. They were summoned by British administration to India to understand the culture of India, so that there is somebody who understands the culture of India, learns the culture of India, and he will speak in the way Indians love to listen. So here is a gentleman called as Max Mueller, and the subjects of him who came to India, understood the culture of India, spoke to Indians. And that is how many of Indians were superimposed by the research works of Max Mueller. Okay. So he has written a wonderful book called as, Max Mueller has written a wonderful book called as What India Can Teach Us. It is a wonderful book. Please go through that particular book. I suggest this particular book to be read by all Indians. When I say Indians, I say Indian is a person who understands India, not in the recent past, but in the remotest part. Okay. Unfortunately, in India, what is happening is we have ego-based patriotism. Ego-based patriotism means that I love India, not because I love India, because I hate Pakistan. So if I hate Pakistan, only then I love India. So I do not have a direct understanding of why I love India, but because there is Pakistan and China, and because I hate them, which means that I love India. This is how we have ego-based patriotism. So my request to all of you is to basically have some kind of understanding about the greatness of India in the works of Europeans. Why I said Europeans? Because if any Indian is writing anything about India, he might be, you might think that, he might be biased about India because he's an Indian. But if a European is writing something about India, he need not have any kind of, imbalances or prejudices or biases. He can give everything in neutral language or neutral intent. So if you read a book by Max Mueller on What India Can Teach Us, which is available in Amazon, so you will know something about India. Why I say to read about India? Because when you have some knowledge, you can share the particular knowledge with your children or grandchildren or anybody, as a matter of fact, so that that civilization will continue for a longer period of time. So that is why we are here, because when we talk about development, the right education, the right spirit of knowledge is also an essential part of the development of the child, who is also a man and who is also father in the society. Okay, let us go to the history of child rearing. In the Middle Ages, from 800 to 1300s, the church used to discourage having family planning. So that is the reason, not only church, if at all you talk about India, I can give you the best example of my grandmother, my grandfather and grandmother, which means my father's father and father's mother. They used to have 8 children, 4 aunts and 4 uncles. I can say Naluguru Babailu, Naluguru Attalu. So Manakal Naluguru, Naluguru Babailu, which means 4 uncles and 4 aunts. That means 8. So now does it mean that they have the best of facilities to rear their children? No, absolutely not. There is insufficient knowledge about how many children they need to have. The reason is they thought that we need to have children or procreate in order to ensure that our generation will survive, will exist for a longer period of time. What is the purpose of having more children? Because the medical facilities or the kind of diseases that are prevalent during those days were such that there is no guarantee how many children will be born and how many children will survive. So that is the reason the problem of uncertainty about who will survive, how many will survive in the family has resulted in more number of children. It is not that the grandparents are basically biologically or attracted with each other, but as a matter of fact, there is a concern among them that their generation or their family flow or the family tree should basically sustain for a longer period of time. So that is the reason that procreation has happened. So that is why, because of high mortality rates, 3 out of 5 children died before reaching adulthood. Consequently, parenting was very, very different. Now, over a period of time, people have realized that it is not just we create somebody, we produce somebody and they are left to their destiny. అలా ఉండకూడదు. సో పుట్టిన తర్వాత పిల్లలందరూ కూడానేమో ఏం చేయాల్సింటే బాయ్స్ అప్రెంటైజ్డ్ అవుట్ ఫర్ ట్రేడ్స్ ఆర్ వర్క్ ద ఫార్మ్, గర్ల్స్ betrothed and worked in the farm. Boys and girls were married during puberty. Puberty was an indication to the family members that the girl has to be married immediately. So ilanti mindset emo undetappudu, when this kind of mindset used to be prevalent during those ages, then there was what is this called as renaissance by a person called as John Locke. So John Locke came out with a wonderful idea called as tabula rasa. ఈ వర్డ్ చాలా బాగా అర్థం చేసుకోండి. ప్లీజ్ రిమెంబర్ దిస్ వర్డ్ కాల్డ్ as tabula rasa, which means blank slate. He said that the child's mind is like a blank slate. So there is a vessel in the mind of the child where you can fill it as you want it. It is not that children are there conditioned by forces, but we can basically decondition them and then put them for the right use. So John Locke is the first person to recognize the latent or inherent talents of the children in their age groups. And he is the person who recognized the fact that these are the children who are actually growing to adulthood. From there, they are actually occupying the most important positions in life. So that is the reason he felt that whatever you write now in the childhood, in the mindsets of the students, will last long and can also impact their lives in the future. So that is the reason he has coined the word called as tabula rasa. So this is what is the indication. So major consequence was parents started showing, because of tabula rasa, people started to rethink about their understanding about their children. Now, society gave a value of showing some affection towards children, important because this represented the first time it was recognized that childhood was a separate and developmental phase. So, Induvalla and people thought that yes, if we don't recognize it as an independent entity, and if we don't recognize that this is an important factor for the rest of the life incidents, so we may not be able to give it a due attention. సో ఎలా ఆలోచించకూడదు అనేసనంటే, ఇలా చిన్నవాడికి నాకు పెద్ద తేడా లేదు, నేను చిన్నవాడు ఒకటే అని ఆలోచించకుండా, చిన్నపిల్లలు చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. దే బికమ్ క్రిటికల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ టుమారోస్ సొసైటల్ డెవలప్మెంట్. ఇఫ్ దట్ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ థింకింగ్ ఈస్ దేర్, దెన్ విత్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ unique idea of thinking, some facilities can be enterprised in order to develop children. So that is what happened anamata. So in the late 1700s to late 1800s, when the industrial revolution has started, or industrial age has started, people were actually put into some tasks. They were also seen as an important means of creating income to their familyhood. So that is the reason they were actually put into some income earning vocational activities. So where are these people? Where are these children put into? Which kind of activities these people are actually put into? These children are actually put into those activities where the adult cannot reach that kind of activity. So because of the size of the child, they can enter into small holes and they can basically dig something, or they can get some information, or they get some material. So in that way, children are actually used where the adults may not be in a position to do some kind of economic activity. So now, when we started the modern age, beginning of the 20th century or early 1900s, Now, you see that wives of the factory owners plus social right crusaders were able to enact child labor laws. So, which means that when all these children were exploited during the industrial age, there came a revolution where the children should be given more importance. They're exploited, they have to be recognized, they have to be put in the right environment so that they can be nurtured, they can be put into proper training so that they can be useful for better works rather than the same mundane activities. So that is the reason they came to a conclusion that children under age 16 could not work in factories. So that is the rule they have applied and ensured that all the students, all the children who have crossed 16 years or 18 years are actually termed as adults, and they are the people who can basically enter into the economic activity. Now, so with this brief introduction about how the children were actually identified and how they are actually put into what is this called as mainstream activity. So now we will try to understand in brief about biopsychosocial model, because earlier we have discussed if at all a question is asked, who am I? Then we have to say, I'm not just biological, or I'm not basically be dependent on my genetic factors, but I am not only biological, I am social as well as psychological also. So, which means that who we are influenced by not only the biological factors, the psychological factors, as well as the social factors. Now, social factors are the people who are our family members, the school, the peer, the media, the work environment. All these people also shape our personality. The psychological forces also can shape our personality. The biological forces also can shape our personality. Now, with this introduction about the lifespan development, I'm now going to ask you this question. How are you different today from the person you were at 6 years old? What about at 16 years old? How are you the same as the person you were at these ages? ఈ క్వశ్చన్ ఎలా ఉన్నా కూడా the question can be different, but I'm asking the question to you. Were you the same person as you are in your childhood? Did you see any kind of changes in the way you are thinking? Did your thinking patterns change? Did you identify yourself that you are much more mature than what you used to think during your childhood or during your adolescence?
Yes.
This is the question I'm asking to you.
Yes, we do the change, Ravi Khan.
Yeah. Can you explain
Yes,
that?
but what ideology we have in our childhood, the same with the adultism, it is continuing.
So whatever is the child, the adult is continuing?
No, sir. When we are child, we used to have this creative thinking, and if
Yes.
you are not losing it in your adult age, then this will grow. This thought
Exactly.
process, creativity will grow.
So which means that there is a change in our thinking patterns. There is a kind of awareness about ourselves with respect to people around us, and we are trying to understand in what way we can impact ourselves and in what way other persons can impact us. So there is a shift in paradigm thinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
Agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you still think that there are few things that you're supposed to change?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you think that those changes can happen over a period of time, or there is something that needs to be done because of you?
Initiative.
Come again, sir.
Sometimes.
Yeah. If there are few things that there needs to be a change in you, there are few things that you are supposed to change in yourself. Do you think that those changes will happen because of the time factor, or do you think that there is a need for you to do changes incrementally by yourself?
The time factor, I think.
Time factor?
I think both of them, sir. Some aspects of depends on time factor. Some due to the incremental increase, we should develop them.
So if you are saying that there are few things which are actually dependent on time factor or outside aspects, and there are few things that are dependent on inside factors, then I would like to introduce to you a concept called as locus of control. Locus of control. What do you mean by locus of control? Locus of control is an important theory given by one of the psychologists. And, in locus of control, we have two more subcategories, which says that a personality can be identified by understanding a person as internal locus of control or external locus of control. A person can be identified as internal locus of control or an external locus of control. When we say internal locus of control, we say that when we say internal locus of control, we say that a person, whatever actions he has actually taken, is because of his own reasons, not because of the factors outside him. Let us take an example. If a student has written the examination and he has failed, then what can we say about the person? We can say that the person has failed. If a student says that, no, I failed because the examination paper is very very tough, or the teacher is mad, that is the reason she did not correct properly, or the time is over, that is the reason I could not answer the questions in time, or I have taken a lot of time to think, that is the reason I could not pass the examination.
Unpreparedness.
Yeah. So, which means that there are two ways of looking at the issue. Either you take a responsibility by yourself, or you attribute the responsibility to the factors lying outside you. Now, that is the reason external locus of control is something where some people will generally try to attribute their success or failure to outside sources. Whereas there are internal locus of people, personalities, which say that the success or failure are because of their own factors. In fact, the society, if at all it has to be developed, or if we want some kind of development in the society or organizations or institutions, then there should be people who have to take responsibility by themselves. So that is the reason we want somebody who is an internal locus of person or personality. You're able to understand? So whenever you feel that there are few things that you think that there needs to be some change in a personality in me, then yes, there are few factors which are lying outside your control. But to whatever extent it is there in your control, please try to do it. Don't leave a gap about what you are supposed to do just because of ego feelings. Okay, I said to you that ego is a right word, it's a healthy word. Then people generally have a different opinion about that word called as ego. So what exactly is not a right word, sir? The word which is not healthy is called as egoistic, egocentrism. Technically in psychology, we have this word called as egocentrism, which is seen in teenage groups, like from late 12 years to late 19 years. We find a lot of students in this particular teen group to have this egocentrism. What do you mean by egocentrism? Egocentrism means to think more about oneself rather than to think about others. That is quite contrasting to an important quality called as empathy. EMPATHY, empathy. What do you mean by empathy?
Keeping in mind about others.
Yeah, keeping in mind with others. It is also called as, is there any better word called as empathy?
To put the shoes in other.
Yes, to
like,
put our shoes in other persons. Yes, correct. Any other word which is more relevant to this? It starts with S. It starts with S.
Empathy.
Sympathy and empathy are more or less the same, from the same. Okay, but another word?
Help.
Understanding the feelings.
Sensitive, sir.
You're coming to the point.
Understanding the
Sensitivity. Perfect. You're right. So, which means that we need to develop that particular sensitivity among ourselves in order to make ourselves more happy. In fact, the reason why we are actually reading psychology or or as a matter of fact, all these principles is to make ourselves happy. When you are happy, you can make other people happy. If
Yes,
at all
sir.
we start reading all these books in order to make other person read or make other person understand, then we are not happy. The other person is also not happy. Okay.
Sir,
in fact,
compassion, sir.
yeah, compassion is also very good. That's also a very good word. So sensitization or sensitivity is more applicable in this particular context. So my request to all of you is that don't leave any gaps from your end when it comes to initiating any changes that you have to make in order to improve some of the areas of improvement in your personality. Do it on your behalf, whatever is in control of you. The rest you can basically leave it to the control of nature. Okay, over a period of time will basically take care of it. But whatever has to happen from your end, without any kind of egocentrism, please try to pursue it on your behalf. This is what my request to you is. Okay. Now, what development psychologist thinks, when we talk about lifespan psychology, development psychologist thinks, you see this particular graph. The graph say, can you see the graph?
Sir, you're not sharing the PPT, sir.
Oh my God.
We are not getting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Resume your resume.
Ravi Khan, sir, a small request, sir, from my side. Is it
Yes, ma'am.
possible to share your PPT after completion of the class?
Yes, ma'am. I can suggest one thing to the benefit of all the participants. My request to you is if all of you can become one and then initiate a WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
And if you can also include me and send me a WhatsApp message, I can share the WhatsApp presentation to the benefit of all the participants.
Sure.
And in case, for example, I'm given only 4 hours today to deal with the entire lifespan psychology. It is injustice for me to complete everything in one go. In 4 hours, I cannot do justice to complete lifespan psychology, because the name itself is lifespan psychology, and in 4 hours I cannot speak about my own life only. And how can I speak about lifespan psychology? So, as Prasad Babu Garu has rightly mentioned, the counseling sessions are not basically meant to teach the subject, but as a matter of fact, it is assumed that all the members present here will go through the lifespan psychology modules, take some notes, take some points to clarify, and during the counseling sessions, those points will be discussed in the counseling sessions. This is a right approach of academic counselor or academic counseling sessions. So in spite of that, if at all most of you feel that we need extra hour, personally I can take those sessions without in an informal basis, not on formal base. Okay, whatever is convenient and
Yeah, sir.
comfortable
We
to all
can
of
make
us.
group and we can ask queries, or we can study from.
Yeah, you can share. You can also ask me doubts. My
Yes,
request to
yes.
you is lifespan psychology is a very interesting subject. If at all you look into this textbook, it is all boring with all different stages of physical development, social development, cognitive development, and all those things will be there. But my request to you is whenever you have any doubt in the concept. For example, there is a word called as cognition, cognitive process, and all that. So if you don't understand what cognition is all about, you may not be able to understand cognitive psychology as such. So my request to you is, if you have any doubt with respect to the concept, you read the concept and you try to get connected with me, via WhatsApp or personal message or whatever it is. And I will explain to you in the group or in person, or whenever we have a time, we can go for a Zoom call and then we can talk about that particular concept. If at all the same question has many doubts. In fact, many
Sure.
people have the doubts. Okay, that assurance I can give you. Now, because the time is 12:24, another half an hour I'm supposed to complete this. So my request to you is form a group, a WhatsApp group, and then include me if you think I'm relevant to be included.
Of course, sir, your teaching skills are very nice.
Yes.
Already we have a WhatsApp group, sir.
Oh, so is it official? Is it official group?
Sir, our friends group, psychology students.
It is not started
Ma'am,
by.
it's January session, na?
Okay,
You are
fine. Let me
talking about
continue this.
January session
Yeah.
group or July session group?
John session group.
Okay, so please, one of you, please initiate and then continue the process, and please add me. And let me continue this PowerPoint slides. We have few more slides, and I'll complete it by the end of the day, and then we can have a small interactive sessions, and then we'll close it. Okay. So I'm really happy with all the patience that you all have. This indicates that you have passion for learning, and learning is a continuous process of realizing one's own ignorance. Okay. What development psychologists think is, you have seen in this particular graph, there is a child, there is a teenage girl, there is a working lady, and there is a person who has retired from her life. So now, if you closely observe, these are the different stages of a person's life, from conception to old age. The child will go into the childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and old age. So now, if you see the teenage girl and the girl who is actually sitting in front of her laptop and raising her arms, now one question to you is, what kind of value system the teenage girl holds, and will the value system continue when she is working? This is very important. Will the person who is working carry the same value system while she is actually studying?
If she continues to work with that and on that.
As a teenage, for example, when we say teenage, we have to understand the concept of the context of teenage. Teenage people will be involved in education system. So they will be graduating in the year probably, for example, if at all 17 years it is intermediate, 20 years it is graduation, 22 years it is post-graduation. Let us assume post-graduation to be the completeness of the education system. So till 21 or 20 years, the teenage will be there, and their own value system will be projected in their behaviors. But once this particular teenage girl transcends into working life, will that particular person or personality carry the same kind of value system from her teenage experiences?
I mean, depends upon the outside objects, sir, like money, those kind of things.
She's very organized when in teenage, like when she's going to college, organized at home and outside about studies, and she continues that she'll show her skills even while dealing outside at workplace also and at home.
Okay.
Just an example.
That's just an example. Okay, this is one side of the coin. Okay, can I give you another? Can anybody tell me the other side of the coin? Give some examples of other side of the coin. Will the value system remains the same?
లేదు సార్, బిలీఫ్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది మారుతూ ఉంటుంది ప్రతిసారి. తన సెల్ఫ్ ఎప్పుడైతే ఎక్కువగా స్టిమ్యులేట్ అవుతుందో పాతది పోయి కొత్త బిలీఫ్ సిస్టంలోకి ఏదైనా కొత్త విషయాలు వచ్చి చేరే అవకాశం ఉండదు సార్. ఆ బిలీఫ్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది టీనేజ్ లో ఉన్నది మళ్ళీ లేకపోతే ఇప్పుడు చదువుకునేటప్పుడు తర్వాత ఉద్యోగం చేసుకునేటప్పుడు అదే బిలీఫ్ సిస్టమ్ ట్రావెల్ అవుతుందని చెప్పలేము సార్.
Very good. So one side of the coin says that the value system can continue. That is also accepted by developmental psychologists. That is the reason we say it as there is a dichotomy in the development of the human personality. Some psychologists say that the personality has a continuous growth, and as I said to you earlier, some psychologists say that the personality growth is dependent on certain stages of life. You understood? Okay. For example, why did I pursue psychology course? I pursued psychology course because the experiences that I have seen when I was actually in my formative years of graduation. In my graduation, when I was staying in the rooms, sharing the space with my friends, the way they have reacted to people, the kind of relationships they have continued with the other opposite genders, the kind of consequences they have to take when there is a rift between their issues, the kind of decisions they have taken in their life, all these things had a mark on my life, on my mind. Then I realized that when these people are actually taking a wrong decision in their life, then some important activity that should be happening in the society is not happening because some important people are not part of that important activity. This is the notion that I had developed in my graduation years. So, which means that, if I have to make it very, very clear, good people should be minimal. They should be there in the society because there should, even though good people are minimum, they can create more impact in the society. We need not have more number of people to create more activities, but we need to have minimum number of good people to create maximum impact to the society. So that is the reason I felt that if I'm there in an organization, then probably I might be devoted to my family. But if I am there in psychology, then I can impact a good number of people's lives. So I might sacrifice my comforts, but I might place some students who can create greater impact, not because of me, but because of their position in the society. That is how I have actually, molded or shaped my personality at graduation level. So till graduation level, I was different. From graduation level, I was different. So which means that growth generally, or development generally, is dichotomous, or it can be continuous also. It is like, if I have to explain in philosophical lines, generally our devotion to God should be like an oil flowing, not like a water flowing. So they generally say, our sages say that our devotion to God or Almighty should be like an oil flow. So when you're flowing an oil, when the oil is actually flown, there will not be any gaps. There is a constant flow of oil. But when you're flowing water, there is a breakage in between. So there are, psychologists who say that the personality is continuous. There, some people say that personality is discontinuous. So nevertheless, development psychologists think that in each and every phase of life, what is the change and what is the growth? This is what they are actually thinking. So that is what, if at all I have to make it into very, very practical ways of understanding what a developmental psychologist think is, during physical development, what are the things that the developmental psychologist will observe? During psychosocial development, what are the things that developmental psychologists observe? During cognitive development, what are the things that a developmental psychologist will observe? You can see that in cognitive development, learning, attention, language, memory, thinking, reasoning, and creativity. If I have to give you a very good example to understand all these things, it is like this. When a child is born, there are some periods in which the child will basically turn himself upside down. And there is a festival for that also, that is celebrated in the family. Is anybody trying to understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
సో తిరగబడ్డం అంటారు, లేకపోతే మోకాల్లో నడవడం అంటారు. తిరగబడితే బొబ్బట్లు చేయాలి, మోకాలతో నడిస్తే ఇంకోటి చేయాలి, సంథింగ్ లైక్ దట్. యు అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఐమ్ ట్రైయింగ్ టు సే? సో at some periods of time, we expect that the child has to be able to function like this. So who has defined that? Who defined that? At this particular age, the child has to crawl. At this particular age, the child has to stand. At this particular age, the child has to walk. At this particular age, the child has to use the language. Who has decided this? This is decided by developmental psychologists. What they have done is, they have scanned a lot of people at different age groups and understood over a period of time. A longitudinal study was actually taken in order to understand what happens at what different ages. So with this particular data, they came to an understanding that at this particular age, a child has to do this. Another age, there is another development. Another age, there is another growth. Another age, there is another development. So developmental psychologists would like to give an understanding to the entire universe as to how the changes happen in a person's personality and how development is transcended over a period of time. We have two words. One is growth, second one is development. Can somebody give me the difference between growth and development?
Growth is physical. Development is achieving milestones at a certain age.
Very good.
Development is lifespan process. Growth up to certain extent only, maybe physically.
Very good. You both are actually in concurrence with each other's. So when we say growth, we are more referring to the physical aspects of the child's personality. When we are talking about development, we are trying to, we are trying to focus on the mental development of the child. You're able to understand? That is the reason you have very good theories of development. Now, if at all you permit me, I will basically go to the next theory of development so that it becomes very useful to all of you. So that you see, when I'm trying to say that there are different stages of development, and when developmental psychologists came to an understanding that at this particular age so and so thing has to happen, in another age so and so thing has to happen, I can give you an understanding with this particular slides. Can you see the slides, everybody?
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
These two questions are very, very important. These two theories are very important. The first theory is by Piaget theory of cognitive development. This is important from the point of view of examination. There is another theory that is given by another, what is this called as psychologist. His name is Erik Erikson's theory of psychosocial development. These two theories are very, very essential, not only from the point of view of understanding life, but also from the point of view of understanding our own personality and our own development process. So I request everybody to watch the slides. This is more informative rather than explanatory. So Piaget says that the cognitive development, how the mental development happens. Cognitive development is actually happens in 4 stages. So the first stage is called as sensory motor stage. Second stage is called as pre-operational. Third one is called as concrete operational. Fourth one is called as formal operational stage. And he has also given the timelines also for that. So is sensory motor stage is in a very good development. So it has to happen between birth to 2 years. Next, pre-operational stage, it has to happen between 2 to 7 years. Now, to all the participants here, if pre-operational stage is not happening between 2 to 7 years, it will have an impact on concrete operational stage. If concrete operational stage is not happening in a proper manner between 7 to 11 years, then it will have an impact on formal operational stage, which means that when we know that through developmental psychologists, there should be a development at some point of time, at a certain point of time in our life. If that is not happening at that particular time, it will have an impact or repercussions over a period of time at different stages of life. That we can see in our family lives also. Let us take an example. In my family, one of my relatives' son, even though he is an engineering graduate, he is unable to take a decision by himself. For example, if I ask him, what is that goal you have in your life? He says that I do not have any goal. Nothing like that. No goal, nothing. So what will you do? I'll do anything. What is this? I will do anything. I do not have any goal. So there are few things in our life where we have not matured in that particular time period.
Primary stage we can call that, sir. Primary or secondary stage.
Yeah. So let us try to basically go through these stages, 4 stages of cognitive development quickly. Please, I do not know who is the person.
Gentleman.
See, if I disturb this PPT slide, I will be lost.
Sharma.
Sir.
Mr. Sharma, can you mute your mic? So we are able to hear your phone conversation. Please be cautious.
I'm sorry if I disturb this particular PowerPoint slide, I'll be lost once again. So that is the reason I cannot unmute anybody. Okay. My request to all esteemed members here, please go through the sensory motor stage. What is it? It is between birth to 2 years. I will read it for you if at all it is not visible to you. What are the major characteristics and developmental changes during this birth to 2 years? The infant knows the world through their movements and sensations. For example, if a small child is placed in that uyala, something like that, she can or he can basically observe people around her. That is what is called as movements and sensations. If somebody is holding, immediately she can feel it because of the sensations. Children learn about the world through their basic actions such as sucking, grasping, looking, and listening. Because their sensory organs are at highest evolution. They are looking at people, they're grasping things, they are sucking for food, and they are listening also for the sounds. Okay, infants learn that things continue to exist even though they cannot be seen. This is the point which I would like to share it with you, which is called as object permanence. Please understand that as a small child, by 2 years, he has to acknowledge that objects are permanent. I'll tell you, I'll give you a small example. What do you mean by this object permanence, sir? Because if you don't understand this technical word called as object permanence, you will be missing the sensory motor stage, because the heart of the sensory motor stage is object permanence. I will tell you what it means. During when right now also, when we see a small baby through our guests, what we do is we carry a small kind of gadget in our hand. We show that particular gadget to the baby, and then we will show it. The baby observes the gadget. We will close our fingers, and then once again we will open the finger, and the object is gone. So we have done those kind of
peekaboo
activities.
and hide and seek, sir.
Hide and peekaboo and hide and seek, exactly. We feel that we observe that the child will think that that is gone. So earlier it was there, now it is not there. So we did some magic. Okay, we know that we have done a magic that is artificial in nature. The object is still there. It is not gone anywhere else. It is still there. We have hidden it. But from the point of view of the child, they saw the object for some time. After that, it is gayab. It is gone. So when the child is at 0 to less than 2 years, it will think that the child will think that there is object impermanence. Impermanence means sometimes the object is there, sometimes the object is not there. But while that particular child is entering into the 2 years mode, she will realize that the object is still there, hidden somewhere. That is the reason if you observe that particular child, if at all, in one hand, if at all we show it and we do some magic over there, we try to put our hands this side and that side. And if you open up one hand, the child will basically look into the other hand also. From where did she get that particular thought that, this particular hand will, the object will be there in the other hand? So she's trying to develop that particular faculty of thinking to understand that this particular object can be there in the other hand also. How did it happen? It happened because of us only, because at one point of time we changed the hands, at another point of time we have put the hands in the similar positions, which means the child has a thought that either the object has to be in one hand or the other hand. So which means that the object should be there either in right hand or in the left hand. So that is how the child is trying to basically interpret with our own actions and trying to improvise her own faculty of thinking, which is called as object permanence. You understood now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the pre-operational stage from 2 to 7
Yes,
years,
sir.
you please see the major characteristics and development of changes. Children begin to think symbolically and learn to use words and pictures to represent objects. This is all information. We have to take it. We have to read it only. There is nothing to explain here. But if anything which is very, very critical or technical, that we can go for explanation. During this 2 to 7 years, children begin to think symbolically and learn to use words and pictures to represent objects. Children at this stage tend to be egocentric and struggle to see things from the perspective of others. My request to you is from 2 to 7 years is a very crucial time where we can try to teach them empathy. If at all we see some of them, Dr. Ravi Khan is not saying this, but developmental psychologist says that that the research is there in volumes that if we see some people not trying to be emphatic with people around them, it is because during those 2 to 7 years, they are only cajoled or conditioned to be egocentric and not to think about the perspective of others. This is very important. So we have to play some games between these 2 years to 7 years kids as to how the other person can see our game, or how we can actually explain to them to see the other person's perspectives. So this is very, very important. Sometimes, if at all we play a game, we should ask the child to come to this particular side and see how things are. Because, for her, it can be 6. For us, it is 9. If at all she's saying 6, then if she's only on 6, then we can say, can you please come this side and see what it is? Then there is a surprise in her. Then, no, this is 9. Which means that no, it need not be 6. It can also be 9. So it is not about that 6 or 9. It can also be, yes, this can also happen. This is also possible. There is also an alternative. There is also another idea. The other person is also right. I can also be wrong. There is a different process of thinking. So there is a different way of understanding. So you see how it has actually grown from a mere numbers to a different kind of shift in paradigm thinking. So this is all possible if at all we try to make our children understand, perspectives of others. Now you can think that, you can ask me a question, Dr. Ravi Khan, if at all you say that, no, my child is 14 years, my child is 18 years, or my child is 22 years. Is it possible for me to basically make them understand the perspective of others? Yes, absolutely. Right now also we can make. That is the reason we call it as nurturing. Nurturing. We might not have done it during 2 to 7 years, but still we can do it. So if at all, my suggestion to you is, whenever we are actually speaking to our children, let us try to be very, very brief. Let us not try to be very, very detailed in nature. Because this generation, when we are in detailed in nature, they think that we are giving them gyan. We are taking classes to them. No, absolutely not. We have to be very, very brief and very, very unpredictable. Let them try to come. The way we speak should be in such a way that they come back to us and try to be more curious. They will be more curious if at all we try to speak to them very less and give them more information. So they have to try to build the ideas from the clues that we have given to them, and they are supposed to come back in such a way to just shower their curiosity to us. So that is how learning can be possible, and their thinking patterns can be molded to the right direction. So this is what my suggestion is. Let us take an example. If at all you say, so this is all theory bullshit. Now, let us try to be very, very practical. Now, my child is actually hooked to mobile phone games, Angry Birds and all that, or Free Fire and all that. Can you please tell me how I can bring him out from that particular loop? How can he think like me? Then I say, okay, fine, I'll do that. So because I have done that to my children, I can say it to you. So my
sir,
yes.
नहीं, अदर एक्टिविटी में हम लोग उनको उलझा सकते हैं, दूसरी एक्टिविटी करवा के.
नहीं, अगर हम दूसरे एक्टिव में लेने के लिए वो तैयार है कि नहीं, वो पता करना चाहिए हमको.
हाँ, नहीं, हाँ, जो इंटरेस्ट की चीज हो, या हम लोग में ऐसा इंटरेस्ट डेवलप कर दें कि वो चीज करें, कि वो सब चीज को छुड़वा के.
Yeah, but can you think that whatever he is interested is more refined? We do not know.
No.
That is again a problem. Yeah. So that is the reason. Let us be very careful. Let us try to play the game as the child is playing. Let us be in that particular game the child is. Let us try to bring him out from that particular game he is playing by his own willfulness. By his own willfulness. I'll tell you my example.
Yes,
when my son was actually playing this, what is that? Angry Birds. Everybody is enthusiastic to know, my dear participants.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
wonderful.
Sir. Please, sir.
The time is 12:49. I'm very happy that still people are active. When my child was actually playing this, what is that I said? Angry Birds. And he was hooked to it, and day in and day out, he's actually playing, not leaving his mobile phone. Then I thought, what should I do? Because out of authority, I can stop him. Because I'm a father, parental ego state will be activated, and I can say to him that you stop it. and I can confiscate the gadget and I can basically put it with me, then what is the difference between me and anybody else, like a policeman or a stranger or a neighbor? So I thought, okay, if that is the case, then he will not have any kind of love and affection towards me. So he will not take me as an inspiration or aspiration. What should I do? So I started to think, and I thought, okay, let me do one thing. Let me play this game. And I started playing this particular game called as Angry Birds. When I started playing, my play of Angry Birds is different from the way my son is playing, because I don't play for the sake of taking any pleasure from that particular game, because crossed 40, what kind of pleasure will I have when I'm playing with Angry Birds? So what I felt that, what is that lesson I can basically take by playing Angry Birds? So when I'm playing that Angry Birds, I see the process. The process is, there is a target, there is a process to reach the target, to kill that particular target. So what is happening is, one pig is there. So that pig has to be taken, and then it has to be directed to kill one particular bird. Is it correct? Is it correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like
Now,
that.
when I was playing, I'm successful in killing all the birds, and the algorithm is very good that it is congratulating me, and the coder was appreciating all my efforts, and he's taking me to the next level. But he is not aware that I'm a psychologist. So I thought that, okay, fine, I'm playing and I'm winning the matches, and then I'm going to the next level. It is all fine. It is addictive in nature, and adaptive and addictive in nature. Then I thought, if that is the case, why is there a problem or a conflict between a pig and a bird? In natural environment, can there be a conflict between pig and a bird? Where is the pig?
No, sir.
Where is the bird?
Sir.
Where is the pig?
Not
Where is the
not
bird?
at all.
Now, there can be a quarrel between a crow and a bird, a crow and an eagle.
Yes, sir.
But there cannot be a conflict between a pig and a bird.
Yes, sir.
So then I told my son that, okay, you play the game. He saw me that I'm playing the game, and he was very inspirational. He said, Father, you play like this, it will be more accurate. And he taught me how to play. And he was very, very inspirational, because, he's actually teaching me how to play. And there is a confidence that he has developed in me, because I started playing his game. And he started explaining me. So he's happy with me. So there is a bonding with me, because I'm also playing, because he understands that any father will basically ask me to stop playing, but he's saying that, no, let me also play. And I'm enjoying the play like him. So child ego state was evoked in me, and my child ego state is interacting with the child ego state of my son. So at some point of time, he asked me, Dad, did you enjoy? I enjoyed, but did you also enjoy it? I said, yes, I also enjoyed it. Now, I have few questions. Then he said, yeah, please ask me. The question is, in what way the ego has done something wrong to the bird, or what wrong did bird has done to the pig? Why is the pig killing the crow? Where is the pig where should the pig be? Where should the bird be? Why is there enmity between them? What is the logic behind it? Then he doesn't have any answer. Now his age is the time he was actually playing. So his age is might be 7 years or 8 years. So he doesn't have any answer. Now what happened is, after that he left that particular game. Then he came to me and he said, I don't see any logic in that. That is true. How can a pig kill the bird? Now what happened is, he shifted from that particular what is this called as game to another game. Now he shifted to what is this called as free fire. Now don't mistake that, okay, fine, he went into another game. My point here is, I won him. He left it by his own choice. That is where there is a small kind of what is this called as happiness in me, that I did not shout at him, I did not keep any kind of conditions, but he left by himself. Now, which is where the psychologists actually try to understand, if you want to change a person, you have to give a gyan to the person to change, or you have to change the circumstance in order for the person to change himself by looking at the circumstances.
Yes, sir.
Changing the circumstances, sir.
Yeah. So that is the reason. If we see in most of our lives also, let's take an example. I said to you that Wordsworth. I said to you, I'll give you a brief about Wordsworth. If you look at Wordsworth, you see the yellow lines over there, before which Wordsworth's father was a legal representative of James Lowther, first Earl of Lonsdale, and through his connections lived in a large mansion in small town. He was frequently away from home on business, which means that there is less interaction between Wordsworth and his father. So there are many cases where the children are away from their parents or grandparents and they do not have any kind of connectedness. In spite of lack of connectedness, what did Wordsworth became? A great poet after Milton, after Shakespeare, right? So now how did that happen? In spite of Wordsworth's father being away, what kind of education Wordsworth's father gave to him? However, he did encourage William in his reading and in particular set him to commit large portions of verse to memory, including works of Milton, Shakespeare, and Spenser. When Wordsworth was in school, there is a person called as Anne Birkett. What did she teach? Instilling in her students traditions that included pursuing both scholarly and local activities, especially the festivals around Easter. I'm telling you, my dear participants, you'll all agree with me because we are all from the same understanding, from the same environment, that we may not be able to convince the person directly, but if at all we can try to understand the devices and mechanisms by which we can make few adjustments in the environment, probably the person can learn by the adjustments because he also is egocentric. He doesn't want to learn from us. My son doesn't want to learn because, Ravi Khan, his father is actually saying it to him, dictating to him. But if my son is actually learning by himself because of the changes that I have done to the system without his notice or knowledge, then he's learning by himself. There is a victory in him. There is an independent victory in him, which is more crucial for his own development. So if our children or people around us are not learning things the way we want them to learn, we are supposed to reinvent the wheel so that they generally get inspired for learning. So that will take time because we need to have lot of understanding or learning to make systems or changes to happen. So you're getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So in this particular pre-operational stage, the children, which stage is the sensory motor stage? Yes, we are there in this. Children at this stage tend to be egocentric and struggle to see things from the perspective of others. While they are getting better with language and thinking, they still tend to think about things in very concrete terms. From 7 to 11 years, it is called as concrete operational stage. During this stage, children begin to think logically about concrete events. They begin to understand the concept of conservation, that the amount of liquid in a short wide cup is equal to that in a tall skinny glass. For example, let us take an example. Let us take some chapati flour, chapati powder. We put them in, we make them into what is this called as chapatis, right? We take one whole piece, take it and make it as a circle, and from one circle, one particular piece, we make it as equal halves. One half will be in round in shape, the other half will be in horizontal shape. If at all we ask our child to take this particular, choose one which she feels is bigger, she might choose which is on the horizontal because it is occupying more space than the one which is there in the circular space because it is occupying lesser space. So she thinks that the one which is actually in flat size is occupying more space. That is more space. That is the reason it will be more in size. So this kind of tendency should be resolved during 7 to 11 years. By 11 years, she has to come to an understanding that the size will not matter because both are actually taken from the same floor. And because of different shapes, probably it is appearing to me like this, but it is the same. Such kind of understanding should happen between 7 to 11 years. In fact, during this particular period of time, if at all somebody understands this Piaget's theory, they will try to devise games according to these periods of development. The developmental activities or the fun activities should be devised as per this Piaget's series of cognitive development. So not all the games should be like this, but at least in some ways or some means, we can introduce these kind of developmental initiatives to the children around us. The 12 and up, at this stage, the adolescent or young adult begins to think abstractly and reason about hypothetical problems. Abstract thought emerges. Teens begin to think more about moral, philosophical, ethical, social, and political issues that require theoretical and abstract reasoning. Begin to use deductive logic, which means that till 12 years, they are actually thinking about quantitative changes, quantitative ideas. From 12 and up, they are actually looking for qualitative ideas or qualitative changes. They are trying to give reason to things. They are trying to think about something which cannot be measured. You're able to understand? So probably at this particular age, when they're entering into the teenage, they want to feel good, feel easy, feel comfortable, feel independent. So if they want to be independent, independence cannot be observed physically, but that can only be felt. So such kind of ideas they will generally gain during these 12 years and up. So they want to be independent. So they don't want to be influenced by their family members. They want to be part of the peer group. Among the peer group also, they would like to basically have a kind of identity. So they want to create an environment for themselves so that they want to be identified by their peer group. So such kind of period is the 12 and up. So begin to use deductive logic or reasoning from a general principle to specific formation. So this is about the 4 stages of cognitive development given by Piaget. The last theory that I can share it with you today is the Erik Erikson's theory of psychosocial development. I request everybody to have patience for the next 5 to 8 minutes, and after that we will close for today. This Erik Erikson's theory of psychosocial development is very, very important, because you will realize that, okay, this is how psychological development happens in a person. This is how social development happens in a person. When we say that that person is psychologically strong, how did he become psychologically strong? For example, if somebody says anything to you, immediately you might cry. For example, my boss, if at all he says, that night I may not get sleep. So because I will always think in my mind that, why he has to say like this, what wrong I have done. He said, he listened from somebody and he started uttering all the things. He did not like to listen to me, and I will spoil my sleep. So the next day I will try to invent ways in order to make him understand why I am correct. So, but whereas any other person other than me might think that, okay, whatever he is feeling, he has actually vented it out. Nothing happens to me, nothing happens to him. He is fine, I am fine. And he will have a wonderful sleep. What is the difference between the same age group people, but reacting in 2 different ways? So for that, the answers are actually there in Erik Erikson's theory of psychosocial development. He says that there are 8 stages of psychosocial development. The first stage is conflict. There is always a dichotomy. In every stage, there are 2 concepts: trust versus mistrust, or autonomy versus shame and doubt, and conflict industry versus inferiority. If I have to make you understand what it means, in this particular stage, if a child has a conflict between 2 dichotomies, the resultant would be the virtue. What is that resultant virtue over here between trust versus mistrust? Is hope. I'll give you an example. When a child is hungry, and if immediately a mother is taking the child into arms, feeds the child, and the child will immediately be comfortable, and there is a feeling in him, there is a sense in that particular child that when I cried, there is somebody who has taken care of me, and then I am put into a comfortable position. Okay. Now, if that happens repeatedly, then the virtue that is actually developed in that particular child at that particular stage is called as hope. Yes, I am hopeful. I am optimistic. I can trust people around me. So such kind of virtue will be developed when we are actually coming to the rescue of the child, when the child is in need at that particular stage. Now, the opposite of hope is hopelessness. So when the child is crying, and if there is a delay, and if there is a discontinuous activity or inconsistent activity of feeding the child, sometimes you feed the child, sometimes you neglect it, you avoid it, there is a repeated cry, hue and everything, the child will basically lose trust because that particular hope is not continuous. The feeding is not continuous at the time that the child is requiring. So there is a development of mistrust in that particular child at that particular age. So he or she might grow to a situation where he or she doesn't trust everybody or anybody, or he or she will be reserved. You're able to understand? These kind of things are observed in the psychosocial developmental stages. This is first stage is called as trust versus mistrust. The virtue is hope. The second one is autonomy versus shame doubt. Sometimes, according to this particular slide indication, during these particular years, toilet training is given by parents to the children. How you are supposed to go to the toilet, how you are supposed to sit, how you are supposed to use the toilet, how you are supposed to clean once you have used it. If that particular training is not given or not encouraged, then the child will not basically perform according to his will, but there will be shame or doubt in the person, in that person, which will be developed in him. So for example, while he is actually going to toilet, if at all the child goes to toilet on the floor, not in the toilet room, so immediately from somewhere some people will rush to him and then beat him on the rear side and say, no, wrong, you have to go there, toilet, something like that. The child develops a kind of understanding that this is wrong. Going to toilet itself is wrong. He or she will not understand that they are not treated, they are not actually educated for the right purpose. They are actually educated, they are actually scolded for a wrong activity. So he or she might basically stop doing that activity also, which is more dangerous for his or her development. So if a child is actually going to toilet on the floor, he or she can be taken very, very positively and can be used and can be shown the right way of engaging into that particular toilet room. So it all depends on our body language, because I said to you that children during these particular years will look more or learn more from our voices, from our animated aspects of our personality, and try to learn the basic nuances of development. So if we don't give them a positive orientation of toilet training or any other activity, they may not basically work through their will. They have to do it because somebody is saying it. So if you want to talk about will, there is another person, great person called as Arthur Schopenhauer. He has written a wonderful book called Book About Will that can be studied at a later point of time. So a will should be there for each and of us, which should not be conditioned or operated or influenced by external forces. We have to go by that particular will, and it has to be nicely be what is this called as protected by outside factors like our parents or family members. So that is what the conflict over here is, and the virtue over there. Next stage is industry versus inferiority. The virtue is purpose. If somebody is doing something right, for example, if the child is actually going by bicycle, if at all he's driving well, there are no problems. If at all he's falling, then the child will only feel by himself or herself that he has fallen. So when he has fallen, nobody in the home should basically talk negative about what has happened, but they can positively reinforce that the mistake has happened. That is the reason this incident has happened. Next time the child has to be more careful about how he or she should avoid such kind of mistakes. And so the virtue over there is purpose. So if we try to only speak about the negative aspect of it, that you are careless, you are meaningless, you are doing something which you are not supposed to do, you are supposed to study now, you are going here and there, then the guilty factor will come and he will not learn what he is supposed to learn at that particular age. So the next one is industry versus inferiority. Now this is again something very, very important. The child wants to basically learn and he is learning with others. So now when he is learning with others, he also wants to see what kind of feedback he basically takes it from the teacher. If the teacher reinforces him positively that you are good, then his the positivity or the positive reinforcement will basically build self-confidence in him, and he can enter into that competency endeavors. But whereas if at all the teacher is negatively reinforcing the student, then probably he will feel that he is stupid among others, and he will not basically raise his hand when the teacher says that you speak, if at all you know, something like that. So the competence can be developed if at all there is a positive reinforcement of the student's performance. It can be a negative performance also, but in what way that particular performance has to be positively projected to the student is more important than just identifying the issues over there. The next stage is the identity versus role confusion. Students might think that at some point of the age, they feel that they are capable of doing certain vocational activities. So, which means that the fidelity, the virtue is fidelity, which means the belief that I can do this activity. Now, the parents might not agree that you don't do that particular job, you do this particular job. Let us take an example. No parent is interested for their student to enter into UPSC civil services when he or she is studying engineering. They tell their children that you study engineering, get a job in IT company, whereas the student is interested in UPSC civil services. Now, how do we basically go about it? If at all we say that no, you don't pursue UPSC civil services because there are 8 lakhs people who will be writing the examination, only 1000 seats are there, you are not part of it, we know about you, so you need not write examination in order to prove your ignorance or foolishness. So if we say all those things, the student might really feel that he is stupid, and he might lose his own value only, and he will be getting a job in IT company, but without any purpose, without any value of what he is doing. He will basically lead his rest of the life. And if you are listening to the news from the magazines, you'll be surprised to know that in Pune, most of the IT company employees who are at leadership positions, they are resigning their jobs and they are joining Ola and Uber transportation systems as car drivers, because they can earn a decent money according to their own timelines or according to their own way of working. So even though they are sophisticated, well in organizations at a highest positions, they feel that somewhere they are not enjoying the meaning of what they want to do. So that is only there because there is a pressure from sources about what to do and what not to do, which is conditioned to them rather than making it as a game to the student. Let us take an example. If I am a parent, if my son wants to study UPSC civil services, I deal with him in a different manner. I say, you can pursue UPSC civil services, I don't mind, but how much time you would like to take to pursue UPSC civil services after your graduation? He says, let me try for 2 years. Yeah, you go and try for 2 years. What is there? No problem. Now, 2 years, if at all he tries, if at all he doesn't get, he is very convinced about what he has done in his life. Tomorrow, there will not be any regrets. Tomorrow, he will not say that, his father has not let him do 2 UPSC civil services. There is one way of doing it. There are multiple ways of doing multiple ways of actually dealing with students' careers. So this has to be understood. This has to be learned. This has to be, then transferred from one person to another person. So the next one is the intimacy versus isolation. This is the last but one. People want to basically get connected with others. They want to be associated with their life partners, and if they don't get connected at the right time with the right people, then probably they feel that they're isolated, and then the society left them isolated. So at some point of time, at the right point of time, we should also ensure that people are associated with the right partner for them to have a balanced psychological life. And the last one is generativity versus stagnation. If all these stages are actually going in a proper manner, then the person at this particular age will think that, yes, now what I'm supposed to do is I need to help my family members to follow the same patterns of growth of life or development in living. So he will try to help his family members to grow in their lives, because he has done whatever he has to do for himself. Now he's supposed to think of their family members in what way they can be nurtured, they can be directed towards reaching his mindset. So if that is not happening, if a person does not have healthy 7 stages, then what happens is the person will basically feel despaired, and at that point of time he feel that, if at all he looks at his past, he will feel that he has not done anything in his life, he has not achieved anything in his life. But he has, when he is successful in all 7 stages, at least more than 50% is able to control all the 7 stages, then he has some wisdom to be shared with people in the society. So in my life, I have done this, I have these problems, I've overcome these problems like this. So that is the reason you can also go in this particular channel to achieve these goals. So by the end of our life, we should be in a position to basically set some ideals, set some examples, become an inspiration to people around us, and see that they are awakened for the cause of some good purpose in the society. So that is how Erik Erikson has actually revolutionized the psychosocial development of an individual. So this is about me, and I said to you that I will share my contact details by the end of the PowerPoint presentation. So 1:15 is the time now. Never completed my slides any point of time in my life. This is going to be history. So thank you. My name is Dr. B. Ravi Khan. Phone number is 9493480209. My request to all of you is please WhatsApp me only. Don't call me. So once I read your query, understand your issue, I will only call you back. So on Saturdays and Sundays, I will be free. And after 7 p.m., I will switch off my mobile phone. I feel that it is meant only for family or personal space. Before that, you can always interact with me via WhatsApp. And if necessary, I will be answering to you by call. So if anybody has any query, they can also write it to me, balichapalli@gmail.com. So this is about the presentation, and you have 4 blocks, my dear participants, about lifespan psychology. So I said to you 2 important theories. They are going to be very, very important from the point of view of examination. So rest of the things about lifespan development, the physical development, the physical changes, the bodily changes, and the cognitive changes. About cognitive changes, I have given you 2 theories. And the rest of the things will also be the same. If you have any concepts, you can always come back to me to my email or WhatsApp, and then you can clarify those doubts. Anything you want to share, I would be very glad. Can you switch on your videos? Is it possible? Or if your bandwidth does not permit, you can.
Thanks for the wonderful session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot,
Thank
sir.
you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you so much.
No. So,
Thanks for your energetic presentation, sir.
Sir, very nice to interact with you, sir.
no, I feel the same. Thank you. Thank
Thank you,
you, Vajra Prasad Garu. Thank you, Syam Garu. Thank you, Sarma Garu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much,
Shankar
sir.
Garu, Anand Garu.
Thank you very much, sir.
Pavan Kalyan
Thank
Garu.
you, sir.
Madams, many more madams who are listening to me. Anything else? Yes, Sujata Garu.
If it's
Sir,
possible,
thanks a lot, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Any questions you have?
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah.
Not questions, but if it's possible, it's good to have more sessions with you.
So it all depends on Prasad Babu Garu. But next Sunday, or I do not know, I have to just check the dates. Again on Sunday, I believe I will be taking session on personality theories.
Okay,
But when it comes to lifespan development, I apologize that there are many topics to be dealt in lifespan development, but majority of them I have skipped. But something which is very, very important from the point of view of personal development or personality development, I have touched upon them with a very good foundation on psychology principles. So I have left the inspiration to you. Please carry that inspiration. Don't be demotivated with the concepts.
Yes, sir.
I can make
Sure,
concepts
sir,
very
sure.
interesting if at all we get connected once again through informal group. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And life is wonderful. Life is beautiful outside. There are a lot of things that are happening outside, but as a psychologist, we have to see the things as they are, and we have to ensure that whatever best we can at our own circumference, we have to make it more meaningful. Okay. If we are
Yes,
not
sir, yes.
doing the good things are not being done by anybody. Understand that.
Yes, sir.
Two
Okay.
topics.
So we say, yeah.
Any important topic that typically.
My request is go back to the previous examination question papers and see the repeated questions. And if you go through those questions, all the concepts will be touched upon. It becomes
Yes,
easy
sir.
for you.
Sure, sir,
Passing
sure.
the examination is not at all a problem. But how well you are taking the elements of the subject to everyday life is more important.
How you acknowledge and how you feel in your personal experience.
Yeah. So please don't leave the subject to the textbooks only or to the grades
Yes, sir.
only. Please take it into your personal life.
Yeah, sure, sir,
So
sure.
otherwise life is meaningless.
Sir, I just want to know.
Is there any who is
teachers should,
taking
like
the
a lot.
initiation in the WhatsApp group, sir?
I do not know, sir, who is taking the initiation.
Sir, we have Vajra, sir.
Actually, one of the
we are
person
we are sending the link. We are sending at message link.
Yeah, that is in the open your. Yeah, already it is in the chat group.
Where it is?
Yes, sir.
Chat group is there.
Link is there, sir. You can join, sir.
Yeah. No, please send a link to my WhatsApp number, please.
Yeah, sir.
If I touch anything here, it will be lost.
Ravikant, I have already shared your account.
Yeah, thank you. From admission section of Regional Center IGNOU, I thank you very much, sir. I think you're also listening to my session with a lot of patience.
Okay.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
giving me
sir.
this opportunity, sir.
ప్రసాద్ బాబు సార్ లేనట్టు లింక్ కనెక్టివిటీలో లేనట్టున్నారు. ఓకే, we will wind up, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you very much for accepting me as your teacher for today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Thanks.
So I'll be the last person.
Pleasure,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be the last person to leave. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much.